Audio check. Okay, folks. It's almost said Friday. It's Thursday. Which means it's almost Friday. But it's time to play the same game that we play on Friday. I blame that and the holiday week for why I almost said Friday. There are too many controllers on the couch. Okay, I gotta move this one. I don't need the GameCube controller right now. Not gonna need that at all today. Recording some Smash Bros footage yesterday for the band because I have some new videos to make. Haven't cleaned my glasses yet, bear with me. These are very dirty. That's better. I have one pair of glasses that are kind of like my knock-around glasses. And I kind of forget, like, oh, I also like these and can wear them on stream. God, I need a new cleaning cloth really bad. Definitely part of the reason why it's so hard to get these clean. This cloth has just about had it. Okay, we're good though. Whew! Alright, let's swap over and do some chatting. Welcome in, everybody. Why don't we see anything? What's going on there? Oh, hold on. No need to fear. Click of the mouse. Pop is in the house. Alright. There we go. Why is my music so quiet, though? Did I turn my speakers down? That's kind of weird. That should be a lot louder in this room than it is. Because this is the right volume for you all. But it's not the right volume for me. I don't know why it's so much quieter in here. That's really weird. Well, we won't worry about it for now. Shane, welcome in. How's it going? Let's see. What's going on today? Some 360 stuff came. I've got 4 of the games that I ordered. Still 2 more games to arrive, and then the system itself will not be here until like Wednesday. So I can't test anything. I just cleaned off the games and looked at them and blah-de-blah. I got my CR1616 batteries. Shout out Console 5. That's where I order all of my batteries from. So I'm going to do some soldering this weekend. I'm going to get a new battery in Boktai so that we can do real-time clock stuff. So we can grow items. And I'm also going to go ahead and replace the batteries in my other GBA games that have these, which is pretty much just Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. And then I happen to have the one copy of... or not the one copy. I have the variety of Metroid Fusion that has a save battery. So I need to back up my save file and then change the battery. I was also toying with the idea of maybe just buying another copy of Metroid Zero Mission that doesn't have the battery. That's a really weird one. It's the only GBA game that I've seen that's like that. There are some that use batteries for save, and there are many that don't. But for some reason, for Metroid Fusion, the first revision of the board used a battery for the save, and then they made more copies of Metroid Fusion that didn't use a battery for the save, and they just saved to the RAM chip like most other GBA games. Really, really weird. Let me know if the music is somehow super quiet for y'all. Everything looks fine on my end. I can't explain why it's so quiet in my room, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. What else is going on? It's September, which means it's Subtember. Gift subs are discounted. I am planning a birthday event at the end of this month. If you want to, cook your sub grenades until then, no obligation to participate whatsoever or at any specific interval. Do whatever feels right. No support is wrong, is what I should say. But I will be doing a 2-day special event at the end of the month for my birthday. I'm just gonna take a Thursday and a Friday that's like the closest to my birthday and stream the same time that I normally would, but it's gonna be different stuff with shenanigans and incentives and stuff like that. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a third stream that can be unlocked. I don't know what day it's gonna take place on yet, because that's gonna depend on what the lady does, or what the lady wants to do for my birthday. Because we will probably have a day that's just us two. So it could be like the following Saturday or Sunday, maybe, would be, turn it into a triple header, essentially. Could be something like that. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do yet on those days. Vanilla Ocarina of Time has been speaking to me, but I know not everybody is super into that. But then again, not everybody is into any one particular thing that I do. So, I don't know. I'm kicking around some ideas. If something's speaking to you, feel free to shout it at me in the Discord, and I will consider it. I'm going to have an altered schedule the week before the birthday thing. I mentioned this before, but I haven't talked about it in a little bit. We're taking a trip at the end of this month. Or towards the end of this month, like the third week of this month. There's so much going on right now. My plate is so full. But let's see. Let me just give y'all the full rundown here.
Things he said, like being able to spot a phony ID. Jesus Christ, Powell.
Brack, welcome in. Thank you for Powell. How you doing today, bud? So let's see. The week of... Okay, so next week is normal schedule. The week after that will be the altered schedule. So, I will stream on the 16th, which is a Tuesday, but then the 18th and the 19th, I will not be streaming. We will be out of town. And then the following Tuesday, the 23rd, I will not be streaming. I will still be out of town. And then the following Thursday and Friday, the 25th and the 26th, that's gonna be the birthday thing. So I'll be away for like a week, but like across 2 different calendar weeks in a confusing way. And then I'll come back with the birthday thing. And then there will be one more regular schedule week after that, and then another week where I'm gone, because that's the week that I go up to Minneapolis to play the Bit Brigade show, which you should come and see if you're anywhere near Minneapolis. Or would like to be near Minneapolis the first week of October. You're a sleepy boy? My caffeine hasn't hit yet because I just started drinking it, but I'm actually loving not being a sleepy boy today. I got some proper sleep last night. I'm like finally caught up from not getting any sleep over the weekend when we traveled to go to our family gathering. So thank goodness for that. I'm sad I can't hear the music. There's gotta be a reason for this. Oh, I have a theory. Be right back. song fading out? No. Okay, hold on. I figured it out. Yeah, me too, Brack. I'm gonna be getting into I'm gonna try to get into a rhythm of running our set every day until that show. But my plate is stupidly full right now. I'm like entering the busiest time of the year because I've got VGMCon applications just opened up, and I'm doing a new process of reviewing and approving those so that it doesn't become this mountain of stuff to get through later. So I'm going to be actively working on that. I've got to be practicing for and promoting this show that I'm going to play next month that's like super important to me. We've got this wedding that we're going to later this month, and there's like a lot of planning and money spending going into that because it's like our first time traveling with the little guy, and we have all these like outfits we have to coordinate, and like we're staying in like one place for part of the time, and then another place for part of the time, and then a third place for another part of the time, and there's just all these like logistics that are like done and planned, but it just takes up a lot of space in my brain. And then I've got to figure out what I want to do for this birthday thing. Birthday subathon September thing. What else is going on? I'm supposed to be working on an album project that's just kind of like chilling on the back burner while all this other stuff is happening. So it's a busy time right now. My head is a lively place. All right. I don't think there's much else to talk about. We played Boktai on Tuesday. It was fun. We made more progress. I'm gonna solder in a new battery over the weekend. We're very close to hitting a sub-goal stream. That could very well be happening on Sunday. That would happen this Sunday if it got met today or tomorrow. The lady and I are free on Sunday to do that. Solder boys, that's right. What are we at 23 or are we at 24? Yeah, so we're two away on a bonus stream for some Grim Fandango, which we have not played in a while. But I think we can go ahead and just fire up the game here and do a recap of what happened last week, because that'll probably take a bit, and then we can get started. So let me pause this music, and let's go over here. Using the blue controller again today. We're going to see how that compares to the gray controller. I've been swapping back and forth since 10.2. You've not been around for this game, so you're stoked to have zero idea what's happening. This game is nuts, Brack. In like a really good way. Not nuts like in a Final Fantasy X-2 way. The guy who makes these games, or, writes the scenarios, Tetsuya Takahashi, is known for being really into, like, extremely intellectual topics. Like philosophy, quantum physics, stuff like that. And the way that a lot of that stuff is explored in this game is pretty fascinating. I'm going to need to turn the TV speakers up, too. I realize how quiet it is now. I turned it down a few notches for Boktai because the GBA is so much louder than the PS2. That Sony Cinematic Dynamic Range. Yo, welcome in, Ghosty. How are you? We've got this urgent music because we're in the middle of an urgent section, but we're going to have chill music for our recap by going into the UMN. So don't worry. We're not going to sit here and yap for 10 minutes on that urgent song. Okay. So, a lot happened last week. There was a lot of cutscene stuff happening and very little gameplay during the Thursday stream. I took a lot more notes on the Thursday stream than I did on the Friday stream. Thursday was like, what, 4 pages? 5.5 pages. And then Friday was like 3 and a little bit more pages, about 3 pages. So still a lot. And part of the reason for that was on Friday we like checked out like mini games and some stuff like that. Missed last week, but happy to be back. Welcome back. And yeah, I'm doing great. Happy to be alive. Happy to be here. Got some good sleep, which always helps me clear my head and feel better about things. Let's channel our energy into the brain region. Okay, so yeah, I'm not gonna read all of Thursday's notes, but Thursday we met a bunch of new characters via cutscenes. You know, we met Ziggy and Momo. We played as them. We learned about who Momo is and what she represents. We learned about who Ziggy is and where he kind of comes from, although there's still a lot of questions about his past. We got a little bit more background on Margulis. We got to see a little bit more about what he's up to, and kind of his base of operations for the UTIC organization, which is where Ziggy and Momo were. We did eventually cut back to Shion. Alan is still struggling to be noticed as a romantic prospect. We learned more about the crew of the Elsa. And
Could you slide your shorts down, Mr. Lebowski, please?
No, man, she hit me right here.
I understand. Could you slide your shorts down, please?
Could you slide your shorts down? I don't think we've ever had that one before. Thank you for the 100 bits, Breck. We learned more about the Elsa crew. Basically, the Elsa crew is Han Solo split into a bunch of different people. Broken Quest. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the smile.
Backlog 8 smile.
Love that little dolphin guy. Would you like a spin, BQ? We got some more info about Cherenkov. We're getting a lot more background on him. All right, we will do a spin before we start the game. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That puts us one closer to the bonus stream on Sunday. Then we read the database for like an hour. That was the day that I streamed like an extra 45 minutes because I couldn't find a save point. And there were so many cutscenes. Friday. All right, let's get into Friday stuff. So we've got some new characters in our party. We've got Chaos, who seems like an android and kind of acts like an android or a Realian, but is very much treated like a human by his crew members, compared to how we've seen non-humans treated on the Woglinde. And they're like, Chaos is like not really giving anything away. The crew of the Elsa is not really giving anything away. They all kind of act like he's just a normal guy, but there's something about him that seems superhuman, whether it's his intellect or his ability to interact with the Gnosis. And he's very interested in Cosmos, so that's also kind of giving something away, you know. I'm just a normal guy. We're just normal men. Where's Mesmer? We're just innocent men. So he goes to the maintenance bay to kind of like peep on Cosmos while she's charging. He makes it sound like she's like, he's gonna meet with her and talk to her, but he really is just kind of like staring at her while she's sleeping in her little tanning bed charging station. And then as soon as he realizes that Cherenkov is coming, he gets out of there and hides. Cherenkov comes in, he has a flashback, and it's a flashback to presumably the incident of 2 years ago. We finally get to see a little bit more of it. We see Cherenkov dressed up in a UTIC uniform, coming in with a group of a bunch of other soldiers, and they're like ordering the research team, Shion's research team, to like activate Cosmos or to do something or to hand her over or whatever. And as they come in, Cosmos like activates herself similarly to how she did that we saw earlier in the game, but we can tell it's like an earlier version of Cosmos. She looks different. She looks kind of like naked, which is weird because there's like more areas of her body that are like skin tone. It's kind of uncanny. But she comes out, she starts killing a bunch of people. It's very like horror movie. And we see a UTIC soldier that we can kind of assume is Cherenkov, and he's kind of like hiding and cowering, so further kind of building his character as being kind of a weenie. But we also see Cherenkov kind of like meet someone in secret, and there's this like moment where he gets a communicator from them, and they have like a little verbal exchange, but then the guy just kind of like disappears. So that happens before the Cosmos incident. But yeah, the research team kind of like the research team is commandeered by a UTIC squad led by Cherenkov, but he's got like a helmet and a visor on. So I think the implication there is that like Shion doesn't know that he was the one behind that 2 years ago. That may come up later. The early version of Cosmos goes rogue, kills a bunch of the UTIC, takes out like a helicopter ship thing with this giant laser beam. And then it cuts back to the maintenance bay, and Cherenkov is like staring at Cosmos now in real time. And he's like, is this archetype of Cosmos the same as the one that, almost killed me and killed a bunch of my men 2 years ago? And he like pulls out a gun and points it at Cosmos's head. And he's like, and she's just sitting there. She's plugged in. But he can't bring himself to shoot the gun. And I don't think anything would happen even if he did it. But clearly he's like scared of her, and then it goes back to the flashback, and that's where we see him like kind of cowering, and he tries to like escape, further painting him as a coward. And then Shion comes in. We finally find him with the plate of food that never cools off. And he's got his gun out, pointing it at Cosmos. So right when she walks in, he just like turns to face her, and he's just pointing a gun at her, and she's holding this tray of food. And aloof, cool as a cucumber Shion is just like, oh, hi, Commander Cherenkov. What's that about? Really weird. She's not like scared at all. She's like really oddly calm about it. And he's like, oh, that's a bad habit of mine. Which was like the worst excuse I've ever heard in my life. And he's like, oh, I was just looking at Cosmos with my gun out. Don't worry about it. But then he does kind of open up to Shion a little bit, and he's like, I'm worried about Cosmos's capabilities and like potential flaws in her logic. He doesn't say why. He doesn't give away that he witnessed the event 2 years ago. But now we kind of know why, I guess, he was so worried about it on the Woglinde, because he was there when she went rogue the first time. Although it kind of seems like it may have been his fault, because it seems like Cosmos auto-activates when Shion is threatened, because that's like a sleeper cell line of code in her programming, right? and he was responsible for the first time that she went rogue because they were coming to like commandeer Cosmos, and she was able to like know that somehow. And so she's like, "Nuh-uh, you ain't taking me," you know, and so she turns on and, you know, T-1000s everybody. And then the second time it was the Gnosis. So really interesting going on there. And then we cut back to Momo and Ziggy. They're still running away from the Utic folks. And it seems like they're okay. They're about to enter hyperspace. And Momo's like, "Okay, cool, we're gonna go to 5th Jerusalem, right? And see my mommy." And Ziggy's like, "Actually, we're not going there. We're going to Milsha." And Momo is like really sad about it. It cuts back to the SOCE, which is the like Jedi Council of Scientists that hired Ziggy, and where Momo's quote-unquote mom is, Dr. Mizrahi. The committee's discussing like what they're gonna do next. They're saying like, "Oh, yep, Ziggy got Momo. They got away from Pleroma. What are we gonna do next?" And apparently there's like some valuable data stored inside of Momo. They started talking about something called a Y coordinate, or the Y data. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. There wasn't a way for them to like perform the like extraction process, or like you know, the analysis that they needed to.
Happy Xeno Day.
Rez, thank you so much for the resub. The bar is, as usual, not counting properly, but I know for a fact that we started the day at 23 and 2 have come in. Oh, there it is. It just updated right before our eyes. It heard me talking. There we go, 25. So we will do a bonus stream on Sunday. Thank y'all so much for the support. Rez, would you like a wheel spin? We're already going to do a wheel spin for Broken Quest when I finish this recap. Would you like one as well? Nice to see you, man. Bony Strim. That's right. At my convenience. Thank you. We will do it. Let's see. Where was I? Yeah, they weren't able to get this data out of Momo for some reason. Either they didn't have her for enough time before she was taken by the Utic, or they didn't know she had it while she was in their possession, or they need some special facility. We don't know. But that's why they're going to Milsha. So apparently being at Milsha is related to them getting what they need out of Momo. And could that be related to the man inside of her that Margulis was talking about? That was a very unsettling comment, but clearly it means something. We got confirmation that the Milshan conflict incident was 14 years ago, so that's somehow related to whatever Margulis is up to, because we know he's been doing his thing with Utic for 14 years. So there's a connection to how everything went down there. And the SOCE efforts are integral to the Zohar project. So everybody knows about the Zohar, and they're interested in it. I don't really fully understand who originally found the Zohar or who possessed it, but everybody seems to know what it is and want it. Well, I shouldn't say everybody, but Utic knows what it is and they want it, and they know about the emulators, and SOCE knows about it and wants it, and they know about the emulators. So, I guess it makes sense, because at the beginning of the game we saw the Zohar being discovered in like the modern era, and that was like presumably 2,500 years before the events of this game. So I guess it makes sense that a lot of people know about it, but we still know very little as the player. So then they start talking about their other lead on this Y data that's apparently really important. And there was apparently a boy who was an assistant to Joachim Mizrahi, the disgraced maniacal doctor that commissioned the creation of Momo, and I think is dead, and if he's not dead, he's like ostracized. And nobody knows what happened to this boy, but they're like, oh, well... Excuse me. Man, I hate when that happens, when you just get a random rogue saliva on your glottal fold, and it makes you cough, and you're just reminded that you're a dumb a dumb meatbag primate in an insignificant, ever-expanding universe. Okay. They did some napkin math, and they were like, well, this boy would be about 28 years old now, because they had like an old clip of him or a photo or something. And they were like, he may have integrated into Vector. He may be somewhere in Vector. So that feels like a clue to us that, like, hey, you know, who think about who we know in Vector, right? It's probably not just some random nobody. It could be a random nobody, but it could also be like Alan, you know. And then we learn a little bit more about the old Miltia situation. So there's old Miltia and there's second Miltia, and I think they're just two planets in the same system, but we haven't had a lot of clarification there. Or if we have had enough clarification, it hasn't fully sunk in with me yet. But we learned that the access there isn't just like restricted or forbidden. Previously, I thought, oh, you're just not allowed to go there, and the people that are there aren't allowed to leave. But that's not exactly the situation. It's more like it's not possible, because there's these like things called columns in this game that are like hyperspace lanes. So you like go to a specific point in space, and then you kind of like get in the tube, and it will take you to another place via hyperspace that's like way across, you know, the galaxy or the universe or whatever. It's like mass relays in Mass Effect. And the one that goes to old Miltia is like not working. And apparently this Y data that we're looking for has like coordinates that are needed to restore the column that goes to old Miltia. That's my current understanding of the Miltia situation. So apparently we know how to get to second Miltia, but we don't know how to get to old Miltia. That was kind of where I wrote down that they were definitely separate places. I don't know how closely they're related though. And then this was the big bombshell, is that the original Zohar is in old Miltia. So naturally that's why people are trying to restore access to that place and go there. Because the current one that the Gnosis have is an emulator. It's a copy. And we don't know exactly to what extent it's a copy. Like, can it do things that the original can do? We don't even know what the original is capable of. Then something goes wrong with Elsa's catapult deck. Elsa is the ship that Xion is on with the three parts of Han Solo crew, or 4 parts. Xion goes to check it out. They think everything's okay, but we, the player, see there's like some sparks, so everything's not quite right. And then Matthews and the crew prepare to do a gate jump. And so we go into hyperspace on the Elsa, and then we cut to Ziggy in hyperspace, and apparently Ziggy is in the same hyperspace column as the Elsa, and there's still ships chasing him in hyperspace, and they're doing like a dogfight in hyperspace. So this is a little different than Star Wars hyperspace, apparently. And he's doing all these cool tricks that like a human pilot probably wouldn't be able to do. You know, he's like drifting against the column wall and making them like get caught in his like, you know, trail, his like smoke trail or whatever. Really cool. And he's like, and then he like does this cool like drift e-brake move and like gets behind them and shoots them down. And then we see Xion getting new orders from HQ, finally. She's talking to the director of Vector, the Vector director. And they're asked to go to the 2nd Division and get Cosmos' new weapon, and then turn her over to 2nd Miltia, and then go back to HQ. So they're basically demanding that Xion separate herself from Cosmos, and so she's like, no deal. Cosmos is mine. You know, she's very possessive of her. And the director's like, this was the plan from the beginning. Like, this isn't new information. Like, you had agreed to this. but Shion keeps stressing that Cosmos is unsafe because she's been like acting on her own since the incident, which is true. Shion isn't just like lying to get what she wants. She is expressing like a valid concern that, hey, like Cosmos is doing some stuff that we haven't seen before and we don't know why she's doing it. I know her more intimately than anyone, so I should stay with her and keep working with her to figure out why this is happening before we continue with the plan. So she wasn't necessarily saying like, no, we're never going to do what you just said. I'm never going to follow your orders. She's more just kind of saying like, we can't do that yet. Like, I know that you want to do this, and I know that we said we were going to do this, but there's a problem that we need to address first. And she doesn't do a great job kind of like making her case, but ultimately the director does like relent, and he's like, okay, have it your way, you know. Like, he kind of realizes that his hands are tied a little bit because he doesn't really know where she is, and Shion has to be the one to deliver Cosmos. So if she's not gonna do that, he can't like make her. But also, I think he probably recognized that she does have the agency over Cosmos to figure out what's going on, and that she probably wouldn't lie about something that serious. So it's good to see that there's like some trust and some rapport between the director of Vector and Shion. And I don't know if that's just the director of the first division, or if that was the director of all of Vector. Back to Ziggy and Momo. They're still trying to shake off the pursuers. And then they send out a message to the Elsa, because they're about to be caught in the crossfire. They're like, hey, we're in hyperspace. We're having a little dogfight over here, and we're coming your way. So take evasive action, because we don't want to shoot you, you know? And then Shion is like, well, wait a second. That's a really small ship, and small ships don't usually have hyperspace. So this is odd. And then Tony, himbo hot guy pilot, he's that part of Han Solo. He helps shoot down some of the pursuers, and then Ziggy takes out the rest with his like wave riding on the hyperspace column. But more ships just keep coming, somehow. So, Shion catches Ziggy and Momo's ship with the like cargo arm, which was like a very Outlaw Star moment. Outlaw Star is the only sci-fi show I've ever seen where every ship has like a big hand coming out of it. So I couldn't help but think that that was derivative of Outlaw Star. Same era as well. But then the catapult issue from earlier prevents them from like fully encapsulating Ziggy and Momo's ship. So like it opens and they grab them, and then the arm pulls them in, but then they need the catapult to close to like reseal the air vacuum of the ship, so that they can get out of their smaller ship and be in the larger ship. And so they're like, oh no, we can't close the catapult. What are we gonna do? But then Ziggy's like, well, that's not a problem because neither of us are human. So we can just get out of the ship while we're barreling through hyperspace and just walk in. No big deal. But one of the pursuing ships makes it into the hangar with like some ground units just as we finally get it to close. And so the rest of the party is like, okay, we got to go down there and help them, which is very cool. We're being very valiant and noble here, like just automatically helping these people that have kind of like disrupted our whole existence. So we go down there with Shion and Chaos and Cosmos, and we meet up with Ziggy and Momo, and now we finally have like a proper party of 5, and we actually had to decide who to put in the party, and we did a boss battle. Also, there was this very cute moment where Ziggy introduced himself as Ziggy, kind of like signifying that he accepts the name given to him by Momo. So his pursuit to become less and less human took a few steps back, And maybe that's because he has a soft spot for children, because he had a child. That could be where they're going with this. Because Momo's not actually a child, but she looks like a child. She's modeled after a child. We learned that the pursuers are these like unmanned things called Autotech. They're made by UTIC, and basically they are like a hive mind in a way, where like if one unit of them is in a place, they're constantly like sending out a beacon signal to the rest of the Autotech, and they can just continue to pinpoint that location and send more and more units and just never stop. So they'll continue to appear unless we destroy like the mothership. There's this like mothership that has like a, that is responsible for this kind of like beacon system. So that's what we fought for the boss. And I think we actually died to that boss, and I'm about to go reattempt that boss. I think that's what's happening. I didn't write that down, but we did some testing with the experience system to figure out how the non-battle participants gains are related to the ones that are in the battle, and we learned that they get 75% EXP compared to 100% for the 3 that are in the battle. But the 2 characters, or any characters that don't participate in the battle, don't get any tech, ether, or skill points, which seems like it's going to be a big issue. So what we may do, what might work well for my playstyle, is to just hold on to all of the items that we've been getting that give you a balance of tech, ether, or skill points, where you just like put the item on the character and then suddenly they have more points, kind of like an experience candy in Pokemon. So we may just hang on to those to save for the characters that haven't been participating in battle, because I could very much see this being a game where we want to try to keep everybody even, because the party's going to be like shuffled around all the time and we're going to have to use everybody. I don't think this game is going to let me get comfortable with one specific party. We'll see. This may be like the point where everybody converges and then we're just together for the rest of the game, but I'm not going to plan on that. Yo, welcome in, Berkey. How's it going? Got a game lined up to play after this one. Well, it's going to be like always, where we do a poll to decide what game we play next. But whenever we do a game that is part of a larger series or sequence or playing order or anything like that, the next game in the sequence will always be one of the options. So Xenosaga 2 will be on the next poll, and it will be joined by a tactical RPG of some kind. I haven't decided if I'm going to put Bahamut Lagoon up there again, because it was the winner of the tactical RPG bracket, and we're just going to keep it on there until it wins, and then we'll put the number 2 runner-up on there. I haven't decided if that's how I want it to work, or if I want to shuffle to, the second place one, or just a different one that was on there. I haven't decided that yet, but there will be a tactical RPG on there, and then the third option will, of course, be the Dot Hack series, as I have promised. That's going to be on every poll until it wins. And similarly to how we're doing putting the sequel on the poll, if Dot Hack wins the next poll, part 4, I may just supersede the poll if Dot Hack wins, because it's more like a 4-part single game rather than separate games in a series. So I might just say, hey, if part 3 wins, we're just doing part 4. But yeah, they're quite a bit shorter. But that's the plan for next game, Berkey. And of course, chatters can add an additional game to the poll with 25,000 channel points. If you've got a big stockpile, a Smaug level of channel points that you want to use to add a game to the next poll, we can have up to 3 additional games on a poll. So if we want to put 6 RPGs on the next poll, by all means, go for it. You can pick anything from my backlog that I already own physically, and that I haven't played before. So there's a lot of options, let me tell you. Dot Hack takes you back? Yeah, me too. It's been a long time since I played it. I played part 1 and part 2 in like 2012, 13, 14. It's been a long time. It'll be a bit of a bumpy re-entry. Games added to polls don't have to be from the shortlist, Draconics. Also, welcome in. If you want to... The only time the shortlist comes into play is if you're doing a Ko-fi commission with real money, real dollars. It's less expensive to commission a game from the shortlist than it is to commission a game that's not from the shortlist. But when you're adding a game to the poll with channel points, it doesn't matter if it's on the shortlist or not. Obviously, you can use the shortlist as a point of reference because those are the games I have said these are the ones I would most like to play. But you don't have to pick one from there. You can pick anything from my collection to add to the poll, as long as I've never played it before and it's not a PC game, because I don't want to stream games from my PC. Oh yeah, I've seen all of Dot Hack Sign, Vamacy. I love Dot Hack Sign. I own it physically. It's a great show. Yeah, it would be very, very fun if Dot Hack wins the poll. I'm gonna sell y'all on this really quick. So if you're not familiar, there are four games in the original Dot Hack series of games. And then they made another trilogy later on. But the first 4 are kind of like, it's really like a 4-disc game that was released episodically. And the whole premise of the game is that you are playing a game within a game. The setting of the anime and the video game and all of the Dot Hack media is that there are real people in Japan in the real world playing a VR MMO called The World. And there are mysterious happenings surrounding this video game where certain kids are just getting really addicted to it, and then there are rumors of like kids getting trapped inside the game and all these different things. And each one of the 4 retail game discs came with a DVD disc. They knew that since you were playing the game on a PS2, that you also had a DVD player. And so they did these anime one-shots, which are typically called an OVA, to supplement the experience. So it was one of the first like multimedia franchises like of its time, where the idea was like, okay, we're gonna have a TV show and we're gonna have movies and we're gonna have video games, and it's all gonna like loosely connect and world build around the same thing, but none of it is like directly connected together, and you don't necessarily need to experience it all in one particular order. So like the Dot Hack Sign anime has a complete self-contained story, but the events and a lot of the events in the anime are like loosely referenced in the video games, but not in such a way where you need to like watch one before you play the other or vice versa. And then the DVDs that came with the games are really interesting because they are like really, really loosely connected in a very abstract way to each game that they came with. So the anime and the video games all exclusively take place inside of the game world. You never see anything that's happening in the real world in, Japan. It's usually Japan, but it's not always Japan. You hear about it and you read about it because the games have a system like this where you like check your email and like message boards and stuff. So you like sign into your computer to like play the game, right? But you never see the real world. So the DVDs that came with the games are the complete opposite. You only see the real world and you don't see the game world. And the story centers around somebody in the real world who plays the video game and wants some kind of weird, mysterious happening that has to do with the video game. They talk about the video game. It's a big topic in the the narrative of the OVA, but you don't ever see the video game. You only see the real world. So you get like a little bit of each one in the other. And the OVA that comes with the first game disc has a story that loosely relates to some things that happened in the first video game disc, but it's in a very abstract way. It's like a concept, not like a direct event. And each one of the movies is like that. So if the game wins the poll, I'm on part 3. I'm halfway through this 4-part series. So what we would do to like catch everybody up on part 1 and part 2 is we would watch the movies from part 1 and part 2 that came with the games. And then there are official recap videos of the events of the first 2 games that are on the PS4 disc of the GU remasters. And we would watch those. So those explain everything that happened in the first 2 games. And then we would watch the OVA movie from the 3rd game to set up the events of the 3rd game. So it'd be like the first stream of Dot Hack would be like a movie night, basically. We would still have time to play a pretty significant chunk of the video game afterwards, but we would be watching a bunch of stuff up front, because each of the OVAs are like 24 minutes, like an anime episode, and there's 3 of those that we gotta watch. And then the official recap videos on the PS4 disc, I think, are like 15 to 20 minutes each or something like that. So we'd have this big lore dump, world building moment before we start playing the game, and I think it'd be really, really cool. Anyways, that's a lot of yapping. But yeah, I was never able to get into Sword Art Online because it was too similar to Dot Hack. I didn't know that Karkala watched those before she played the game Broken Quest. That's cool. I wish I could have been there for that. Those OVAs are really interesting. You watch the first Liminality with Infection, but you don't think your copy of Outbreak has it. Mutation and Quarantine do. Yeah, that's another thing that makes collecting those games so expensive, is that, they came with those DVDs, and some people care about that and some people don't. So a lot of copies will have them and a lot of copies won't. And I got super lucky because the way that I got the Dot Hack games was when I was still working for GameStop. They were phasing out PS2 games from the system altogether. They're like, hey, we're going to stop taking these in trade. We're not selling them anymore. And after a certain date, every single game in the inventory, you're going to have to just box it up and ship it to headquarters. So my manager at the time, who's a good friend of mine still to this day, was very, very prescient. And he was like, okay, everybody that works here, he was a big collector. So he's like, everybody that wants something for PS2, we need to like call every store in the country and get it shipped in so that we can buy it and have what we want before it gets phased out of the system, because it's like you get your employee discount and all that sort of thing. So we spent weeks like getting lists together for everybody, because GameStop had this system where if somebody wanted a specific game and a different store had it and you didn't have it, you could just call that store and say, hey, ship that to me. And there was a very, very easy process to do this. Like, it didn't cost any money to anybody at the store level. You could just like click some things in the computer and like create a shipment, put all the stuff in there, and it would like print out the shipping label to the other store. And the UPS guy came to your store every single day, no matter what, because they would bring you boxes. GameStop had this system where they would try to balance the stock between stores. So if your store had like 39 copies of, Call of Duty whatever, and another store had like 8 copies, they would just automatically request that you put like 15 copies of that Call of Duty game in a box and send it to that store to like even it out. So you would get boxes and boxes every day of what was called distro, and it was just random games because the system was trying to equalize stock between all these different locations. But you could use it, you could utilize it to have specific stuff shipped in. And the idea was that you were doing it for a customer, to help a customer who was looking for a specific game, so that they didn't have to travel across town and they could get it from their local store, you know, because they were trying to make it feel like a small business kind of thing. But you could do it across the country, you know. So we called all these stores, because when you look at the stuff in the system, you could see that a store had the game in stock, but you don't know if it has the original cover art. You don't know if it has the manual. You know, it could just be in like a generic GameStop case or like a loose sleeve. You don't know what the condition of it is, you know. And then you have the DVDs. So we called all these stores across the country and we're like, hey, we need this .hack game, and we need it with the DVD, and we need it with the manual, and we need it with the cover art, and it needs to be in really good condition, you know. And you can't tell them that it's for you. Like, they know it's for you because they work at the store too. But if you say that it's for you, they have to tell you, sorry, no, I can't ship it to you. So you would have to say that it was for a customer, right? You'd have to pretend that like Big Brother GameStop was listening to your phone call. And anyway, that's how I got all the .hack games and a bunch of other random PS2 stuff. In like 2014, we just spent weeks calling all these stores all across the country to get all these like rare PS2 games. And it was crazy because you'd get them shipped into the store, and then, you know, once they showed up, finally, you could buy it for like $15. You know, I think I paid like $18 for .hack Quarantine in like 2014, when it was probably like at least a $75 or $100 game, and now it's like a $200, maybe more, if it's like complete and in good condition. So very, very happy about that. Shout out to my based manager and good friend. I'm trying to remember what else I got during that time. That was definitely like the big one. I didn't go too hard with it, but I did get some other PS2 stuff. But I didn't get an insane amount of stuff, because I already had most of the stuff that I wanted. I got Rogue Galaxy during that time. I should have got the Suikoden's, but I didn't. I should have got the Xenosagas, but I didn't. You know, I held off. I didn't know. All right, I gotta run an ad and then quit yapping, and we're gonna play this game when I get back. Let me snooze the ad one more time, and we're gonna do 2 wheel spins. Hindsight and all that, right? Yeah. Okay, let me turn on the roaming mic. And we'll switch to it. We'll turn this jam back on. Let's go over here. Let's get a look at that wheel. All right, we're gonna spin the wheel 2 times. Once for Broken Quest and once for Rez. First spins of the day. So the wheel is completely wide open here. Pink and orange are locked. Let's see what we got for Broken Quest. Thank y'all again for the support and for unlocking another bonus stream. The lady's gonna be very excited. All right, first up is an orange wedge. That's gonna unlock a snack tasting. That's very exciting. Snack sounds great right now. And for Rez, can we get a soda to go with it? Perhaps. Or maybe some exercises to work off the snack calories. $3.72 for a CIB .hack Quarantine. That's probably a little bit high. That's the same wedge, so that's a respin. Oh, check this out. It's gonna happen, y'all. Working on a new project. We're gonna have a quick swap wheel system. It's gonna be very cool. All right, 5 pull-ups. Yeah, I gotta figure out what's gonna go on it, but we're gonna have a very expensive channel point redeem where you can like change the wheel to something else before I spin it. And this, you know, this will have wedges on it. It might not be 12 wedges. It might be a different number of wedges, but they're going to be different colors and they're going to be different things. and there's going to be different ways to change the wheel. There will be a channel point redeem for it, and then I think I might also make some special wheels for large packs of gifted subs. So like right now, if somebody gifts 5 subs, I spin the wheel 5 times. But I might make a special wheel where it's like, hey, if you gift 10 or if you gift 20 or the illustrious 50 gifty, the wheel will just wholesale change to something else. And maybe it makes things more likely to be landed on. Maybe it changes the rules. I'm figuring all that out. Yeah, Xenosaga 3 is a weird one because there's a cover art variant that was Best Buy exclusive. So Xenosaga 3 Lenticular goes for a heck of a lot more than Xenosaga 3 Regular. I have the regular Xenosaga 3, which is still a very expensive game, but the Lenticular one is stupidly expensive. And it's silly because it's the exact same game, it just has like a shiny cover.
This is, you don't understand.
Yeah, that's actual footage of Mark Griffin looking at the price of Xenosaga 3 on price charting. Welcome in, Smashington. Yeah, I paid like $270 for Xenosaga 3, and it hurt. It was painful. All right. Actually, I'll keep this music going. Well, no, we're not gonna keep this music going because we're gonna go to Smash and we're gonna run an ad. Switch back to this mic. I gotta run this ad. When we come back, we're gonna do 5 pull-ups and a snack tasting. And maybe at some point we'll play this video game today. Thank y'all so much for hanging out and being so supportive. You're the best.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Welcome punch! Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Falcon kick.
Okay, that's 10 for the cap. Only one more. For it to be a complete sweep for against Jigglypuff. One more round left to go before we switch to a new set of characters, which need to be selected, by the way. If you don't want a randomly generated matchup, use your 1,000 channel points to pick who fights next. You can pick anybody you want, and if somebody gets in ahead of you, you can pick their opponent. We're coming down to the wire with the number of available matchups left. So I will help you. I will help you pick an opponent once we have a first combatant selected. Oh, SNES coming in with a Mario. Thank you, SNES. So we'll have Mario in the red corner. Oh, and Draconic's redeeming Samus just after. Let's see if that is an available matchup. It is not. So, Draconic's, let me have you select a different character, or I'll give you your points back. Here are your options, Draconic's. You can pick Yoshi, Kirby, Fox, or Pikachu. Yoshi, Kirby, Fox, Pikachu. Kirby, all right. So our next matchup will be Mario versus Kirby. Thank you, thank you. Let me get that written down. So we have one more ad break today that will be the final meeting of Jigglypuff versus Captain Falcon. Jigglypuff will have one more attempt to get on the board. Yes, also Captain Falcon Smash. I just don't want to have him repeated if I can avoid it. So I excluded him. But yes, Mario does need to face Captain Falcon at some point. The little guy has joined us as well, so you'll hear some noises in the background that are not puppy noises. He's just slapping a wall right now. He thinks that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm testing out a new way to have him hanging out in here with me. The tricky part is that I don't want him staring at screens the whole time. So we're just kind of trying this out. Basically, if he just kind of hangs out and plays, if he stares at me, he's got toys and other things to busy himself in the spot that he's in. If he can hang with all that, it's cool. But if he just ends up staring at the screen for like a minutes at a time, I'll kick him out. But we're trying it out. We're trying it out. Okay, we're going to go back over here to the big cam. And we need to get that off the screen. And that off the screen. There we go. Let's put this music back on here. The Pushmo. All right, it's time to taste a snack. Well, hey, don't give me too much credit, Vamacy. Don't give me too much credit. But yes, we're trying. What do you think, little man? He's very interested in screens. He's like very naturally drawn to them and interested in them. And he's so little that there's not really anything he can get out of looking at a screen. You know, it's just like bright, shiny colors. You know, it's not like we could put on like an educational show and he can like get something from it. Like maybe there's just like the smallest amount of something that he could get from that. There's probably some differing opinions there, but for the most part, he can't really get a whole lot out of it. So there's not really any point for us to try to figure that. Oh yeah. I don't want to raise a tablet kid, but we shouldn't get too high and mighty because there's definitely an argument to be made for do whatever makes your life easier as a parent. And I think that's perfectly valid. Obviously there's a fine balance. There's a fine line there. Anyways, I'm not gonna get preachy about that because I am not an expert. What I am an expert on is snacks. So let's talk about what our options are here. we have a bunch of really exciting options here. We have a lot of savory options today. I'm gonna have y'all help guide me on what we taste here. I'm gonna try to get some things separated out into categories. So, let's see. We've got some chocolate bars. We've got some cookies. We've got some chips. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna save, since we're streaming on Sunday, I'm gonna save those for Sunday because I know the lady's gonna want to be here for those. So let's just limit it to these two categories. We're going to look at some chips. We have 3 different types of chips, and then we have 2 different types of cookies, and then we have 3 chocolate bars. Those are going to be our options today. Let's go through it all. Let's have a look at what we want to taste. See what y'all are feeling. Feel free to just shout things out in the chat, and I'll, gauge where the most interest is. So for chips, we have an interesting one here. This is a Kettle brand chamoy chip. If you don't know what chamoy is, sometimes you might hear it reductively referred to as Mexican ketchup, but it's a very popular tomato-based sauce that is used in a lot of Mexican dishes as a topping or as an ingredient, as a finishing. It's also used in a lot of like Mexican drinks, but it's kind of like a spicy, tangy ketchup, for lack of a better term to explain it really quickly to a bunch of North Americans. I'm not a fan of ketchup, and I'm not really a fan of chamoy either, but as a chip, I bet it could be pretty good. So there's that. We also have a Flamin' Hot Dill Pickle Cheeto. Big fan of Flamin' Hot Cheetos and Flamin' Hot just about anything. Big fan of Cheetos. And similarly to the ketchup argument, I'm not really a fan of pickles, but I love pickle chips. I like vinegar, I like dill. I just don't really like the texture of a pickle very much. I'll tolerate it, but most things I like it better without. But I love that vinegary tang. I love dill. I like it in other things as well. So this could be very interesting. And then the last one here is a Pringles flavor. These are the Hot Ones varieties that came out a little while ago. I think there's 2 or 3 of these. Not affiliated, not a sponsor, not an endorsement of the YouTube show or anything. But it's a spicy Pringle. And this one is the Verde salsa. I think these are supposed to be made after specific salsas and hot sauces not salsas. He doesn't do salsa, he does hot sauce. There is a difference. Some specific hot sauce that was featured on the show, I guess. So those are our 3 chip flavors. Those are our 3 savory options. Our 2 cookie options. This is from Honolulu Cookie Company. These are little shortbread cookies that are shaped like pineapple, and they are ube flavored. These are little ube shortbread cookies. I love shortbread. Ube is a very fun flavor. It's very understated. If you don't know, ube is like a South Pacific purple sweet potato. It has a very, very subtle flavor, but when you like add sugar to it, it can get really, really tasty. And it adds a cool texture as well. So you'll see ube drinks because they have this beautiful purple color, and it's kind of a transparent flavor that you can mix with other stuff like matcha or vanilla or even like citrus type fruits, and still have this like pretty purple color. It's used a lot for color. I've had ube ice cream before, which is also a really good flavor. It's pretty transparent. So these should be pretty yummy. And then the other cookie we have is what I believe to be a matcha cream Oreo. This looks very, very yummy. I'm a big Oreo fan. There's a picture of like a kind of like a soft serve cone on the box here. And I think these are from China because the whole box is in kanji. So I don't think they're Japanese. And it's not Korean because I recognize some of the symbols. But not a whole lot else I can glean here. It does say green tea powder in the ingredients. So, oh yeah, here we go. Ice cream matcha flavor is the official name, according to the translated nutrition label. So those are our 2 cookie options. Big fan of matcha, big fan of Oreos. Great combination that I recently discovered, actually. Okay, and then we have 3 chocolate bars here. We'll start with this one that has the very uninteresting packaging. This is my favorite brand of chocolate bar I've ever had. Very high quality, premium stuff. Processed and shipped from Canada. I don't know where they get their chocolate from. I don't think there's any chocolate growing in Canada. But this is like a very, very responsibly sourced, all the great buzzwords, you know, sustainable, fair trade, ethical, sourcing, even the packaging is like super environmentally responsible, organic. This is a 72% cacao chocolate bar, dark chocolate bar with coconut. Amazing combination. The name of the brand is Jelena, or maybe it's a soft J, Helena, I don't know. But this brand is the best chocolate bar off of a shelf I've ever tasted. The other 2 look really, well, you know what? Maybe I'll exclude this one because I've actually had it before. Well, no, I won't. It's been long enough. This one has some very exciting packaging here. This is a carrot cake flavored chocolate bar. It's white and milk chocolate. It's described as a white and milk chocolate truffle bar. And I'm assuming they mean like a chocolate truffle, like a little ball, not like actual truffle mushrooms. It's called as a melt-away as well. A decadent spiced carrot cake with snappy walnuts in chocolate. Fit for high tea in Piccadilly. This is a very fun packaging. There's a bunny on there hopping around, really cool packaging. I've never had anything from this brand before, but they are part of the Rainforest Alliance. So I felt comfortable purchasing it. It does say that it's carbon neutral, ethically sourced. 10% of their profits are donated, and it is women owned. Chocolate companies love to go out of their way to assure you that they aren't killing people by making their product. And then our 3rd chocolate bar here option is one that I've actually had before, but it's been a very long time, and it got kind of melted in a car, so I haven't had it at its best. This is a chocolate churro chocolate bar from a brand called Chuao. And you could probably find this brand at your grocery store. They have a lot of good flavors. Crunchy sweet cinnamon and sugar churro swirled in dark chocolate. So kind of a Mexican chocolate, cinnamon and chocolate kind of thing, which some people aren't into, but I'm really into. Okay, folks, what are we thinking? I've seen some people say Oreo. We got some people talking about chips. What are we eating? We need a decision here. Are we going chips, cookies, or chocolate? Let me hear your voices. The brand name for the carrot cake is, it looks like Maeve or Maeve, M-A-E-V-E. Not sure how it's supposed to be pronounced. The packaging is kind of Mesoamerican, but it says Seattle chocolate. It's from Seattle. So I don't know if it's Maeve or Maeve. Probably Maeve. Oreo, Pringle. Okay, so it seems like we're kind of between the Oreo and the Pringle here. So let's narrow it down. Nobody's saying chocolate bar. We'll put the chocolate bars away. We have Oreo and Pringle. I'm coming up to the camera so you can get a closer look. Camera really wants to focus on my shirt. Oreo, Pringle. It is a good shirt, you're right. Get some tingles from the Pringle. All right, we'll go Pringle today because tomorrow is Matcha Friday. The little guy thought it was really funny when I started singing along. He loves when someone's singing, whether it's me or the lady. He just smiles, he thinks it's funny. All right, the Pringles have been popped. Let's see if we can stop. Ooh, they smell really good. I actually had something recently that smelled very similar to this. It's a very nice tomatillo salsa smell. I love that smell. Tomatillo salsa is my favorite base for a salsa. I like a lot of different salsas, but green salsa is my favorite. There's actually a lot of stuff on these chips too. Look at this. You got a nice concentration of powder kind of towards the top there. That's not a shadow, that's green powder. So these are quite laden, you might say. Laden with flavor. I suspect that these aren't gonna be that hot because it's, you know, a grocery store off-the-shelf product, kind of marketed towards probably a younger audience, if I had to wager a guess. But maybe we will be surprised. It definitely smells spicy, but it doesn't smell like it's gonna hurt me. Oh, different flavor than I was expecting. It's quite spicy. It's definitely spicier than like other spicy Pringle flavors that I've had. That's a surprisingly good flavor. It has a little bit of kind of like a smoked pepper kind of flavor in addition to the tomatillo, and probably a little bit of like a lime tang. Yeah. Yeah, it tastes like green enchiladas. There's like an initial like kind of lime zest, citrus tang flavor, and then that gives way to kind of this like umami, smoky kind of flavor that kind of tastes like a serrano or something that's been, you know, chili relleno kind of style. And then the heat is all at the end. Heat and tomatillo. They're very good. They're very, very good, and they're quite spicy. It's got a pretty impressive amount of tingle, kululimpa, that kind of hangs around afterwards. Yeah, these are very good. These are very, very good. It's a very smart level of spicy for my personal tastes. It's like just on the edge of like, whoa. Like it's a surprising amount of spice, and my tongue is like tingling. So I think this is a little beyond my ideal level of spice, because I can only eat like a couple of these before it's like, okay, my tongue wants to rest. And it's also that dangerous game of like, the flavor makes me want to keep eating it, but the heat makes it so that I probably shouldn't. Those are spicy. Those definitely warrant the label of hot ones. Whatever sauce that is based off of, I definitely couldn't eat on like a, you know, an enchilada or a chicken wing or whatever. It's good though, it's yummy. Okay, thank you for joining me for that snack tasting. I gotta do 5 pull-ups now. So let's go back over here. Let me see if I can bang these out quick like. Hi, Gobi. Stretch out a little bit. Little guy thinks this is really funny too. He's never seen me do this before. What am I doing over here, man? What is this? What is this weird dance that I'm doing? y'all hear him laughing? You dropped your leopard. Here. All right. That's 5. Back to the regular mic. We're all caught up on stuff. Thank y'all for stuff. We're here to play a video game today. Did you know? Yeah, he's pretty easy to please, Brack. If you like look at him and do any kind of like unexpected, not normal thing, he's gonna think it's funny. He'll at least give you a smile. He's pretty easy to entertain at this time. That's you. We're talking about you. So yeah, if y'all see me looking this way, randomly, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the little man. He's over there. Over there. All right. Let's play some Xenosaga. Shall we? Okay, so we're in a we're gonna get completely hard right turned into a spooky situation. Because I think we need to go fight a boss here. I'm pretty sure we ended the stream with a game over. Yeah, see, we only have Shion and Chaos and Cosmos right now. So we're gonna have to go back downstairs and meet up with... Oh, I'm drifting a little bit. Hold on. Okay. Oh, the boss beat me badly, Draconic says. Alright, rub it in, why don't you? So we have to re-meet up with Ziggy and Momo. And the problem is I don't remember what the configuration was for the battle. But I'm pretty sure it was my party makeup that was kind of my undoing. I'm trying to remember what the boss did. We're gonna try another Liquid Death flavor today. Ooh, that's quite strong. I like it. This is the cherry one. I haven't tried the cherry one yet. It's pretty good. Quite sweet for only 2 grams of sugar. But that doesn't count the stevia. This one is really good though because... Oh, there's a little bit of lime and lemon in here as well. Okay, that's very smart. I don't taste the stevia in this one. I don't mind the flavor of stevia. But some of the other ones taste a little bit stronger of it. And I think that's a turnoff for some people. That one I don't taste it at all. Is that a yummy baby gate? Does it taste good? What a goober. Alright, so we freeze the robots. I used Ziggy, Cosmos, and Shion for the first attempt. Okay, thank you, Shane. That sounds vaguely familiar. Yo, what's up, Cheaty? How are you? How's it going? So we don't want to go this way. So we're going to go this way and go down and go around. Your FFZ is busted and you feel so naked. That's so funny because I've never had any of those emote plugins installed. I'm one of those weirdos. But I use the emotes in other people's chats that have them. So I'll just like look up what the emotes are and what they look like and what the code is. And then just like imagine them. But it's so funny just seeing like a random like all caps word in someone's chat and I just know like, haha, that's the cat doing the thing or whatever. I might try to see if there's a way to save after reuniting with them before going to the boss. I probably can backtrack. So we're gonna have to do a couple of these battles, because I remember there were some items down here that we could pick up. Yeah, exactly, Smash. Yeah, you get it. You get it. Do dee do dee do dee da do dee da do da dee da. Oh, I forgot she can't do a circle attack after her triangle. Darn. Well, we might be able to take this guy out.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of damage. Good job, Ziggy. Playing that guitar. And we should be able to take this guy out. No problem. Yeah. Got him. No one will be... Yeah, no one will be the wiser that you don't know what it looks like. Some of them I forget what they look like, but I usually look them up to see what they look like. Because a lot of them are really funny. But yeah, I don't have any of that stuff turned on for my chat, because it's just like too much to manage. People already don't use a lot of emotes in my chat anyways, like even the ones that we have that are custom made for us. So, I don't feel like it's a big desire. Oh. Hello there. I think I really need to use some of these upgrades, though. I think that's going to be the best thing. Oh, God, there's 4 of them? Ugh. I mean, really? And they all have 150. Do dee do dee do dee da do dee da do dee da. You never use emotes in anything? What do you mean? Alright, you need to heal yourself. You're doing good, little man. Pretty happy with you so far. He's aware that if he is in one particular spot, he can stare at the screen, but he's choosing not to do so. So as long as that's his choice, he can stay. Ideally, I would like to do this with him like the first half of every stream until he has his lunch, and then, you know, he goes to take a nap.
Sir, if you'll not be needing me, I'll close down for a while.
Sure, go ahead.
I love that one so much. Thank you for the 200, Brack. I love the way he just cuts him off. Alright, Momo, that really sucked damage-wise. Boop, boop, boop. I really like this cherry liquid death. This 12-ounce can variety pack that we found is pretty stellar. It has like the 3 best flavors in it, which is usually not the case. It's usually like one amazing flavor that you really like, and then like maybe one other one that you like, but it seems like there's always at least one in the variety pack that you're just kind of like, okay, you know, like they're trying to get rid of it almost. But this variety pack is the lime, the cherry, and the orange, which are my 3 favorites of the flavored seltzers. Now they need to make one that has the tea, the 3 flavors of the tea. I would kill for that. I think they actually did have that, and we bought it once, but I haven't seen it again. I love the tea ones so much, the gold cans. Where are we at here? Right here. The movie Mouse Hunt? You took an edible the other night and watched it? Oh my god. What a ride. What a freaking ride. I remember that the movie exists, and I can picture the cover art. I remember who's in it, but I don't remember anything about it. I wonder if it's like weirdly Ratatouille. Please do 38. Dang it. Yes, chef. Thank you for referencing ADEF. I don't think you were here, Cheaty, but we actually raided ADEF on Tuesday. It's terrible and marvelous. Okay, let me see. I need to just heal. She doesn't do enough damage. We have one more new Liquid Death flavor that we're going to try tomorrow. We're going to try Dr. Death. The Dr. Pepper clone, I assume. We tried the cola on Tuesday, and it was very good, but it was unexpected. It was different. It has kind of a bubblegum flavor. Okay, cool. I still get to do my attack. Ooh, nice little front handspring there, Momo. Haven't seen that one yet. Okay. I'm pretty sure I can confidently do... Oop. Oh, God. There we go. I'm pretty sure I can confidently do 150 over here. Come on, Ziggy. Oh god, not even close. He's defending. Short in the AI circuitry. Oh, I wonder if that, like, cost him his turn. Come on, Momo. Give me, like, 30. He's not quite dead. Yeah, that one's good. That one's nice and smooth. Cool. I love how much time I have to figure that out. This would be an extremely difficult game if you had to do this with like an ATB type system. Okay. Also, this game has kind of an Octopath type effect where some of the random encounters can take a lot of time and attention to get through. Okay, let's see. Let's use one ether heal on Ziggy. Gotta pick up all these items. I don't want to do any more randoms. Okay, here's where they reunite. I just don't know if I'm going to be given the opportunity to go back upstairs and save before we do this boss fight again. So we've seen this scene before. We saw this last week. Federation Government Cyborg. Call me Ziggy. There's the moment that I was talking about where he introduces himself formally, and then Momo's like, tell him your cool name that I gave you instead of your robotic, less human sounding name. Okay, here's where he explains to us what the auto techs are. We have to destroy the mothership. Christopher Walken is in Mouse Hunt? I definitely don't remember that. You gonna make it, little man? He's getting a little bit tired. I can tell. We'll see if he makes it to lunchtime. He's starting to zone out a little bit. You can take a nap in there if you want to. Okay, so now we get control over the party, and I think this is where we did a little bit of skill learning. Okay, so we got meanies over here, but a bunch of items. We want these. Now, where'd you go? Okay, you got stuck in the electricity. I'm excited to look at whatever you just linked later, Brack. Alright, more items. It's terrible. Who's the other guy in the movie? It's Nathan Lane and somebody else. Who is the other guy? Is it just some random person that we don't know from anything else, or is it like a recognizable actor? Lee? What? What do you mean Lee? Lee Evans? Okay, yeah, I don't know who that is. Not by name, anyways.
Get out of my way, or else...
A comedian, okay. Jesus, take it easy on our girl here. Okay, these guys are 150 as well. I'm just gonna go for it. Not quite. Cosmos is so strong, it's kind of crazy.
All systems clear.
Oh, he's in Something About Mary. Interesting. And Fifth Element. I've seen Something About Mary, but not like, you know, 150 times like some people. I do love Fifth Element, but I probably don't know what character he played. Oh, there's a save point right here. Okay. So we probably just didn't utilize this save point last time. So let's do some management here and then save. The first thing we're going to do is go into this skill system and see if what I did last time... Okay, what I did last time is still there. So we extracted the scan ability for Xion. I think one strategy I want to try for this boss battle is just having the 3 ladies. Because maybe I'll do Xion Chaos Cosmos instead. Because I'm thinking having Cosmos as the main damage dealer, and then having the other 2 characters just kind of like buff and heal and attack when they can. Because Cosmos has an AoE heal, which is pretty awesome. And I remember getting blasted by some massive AoE attack right at the beginning of the battle that did like 200 damage. So that's a problem. So we have these items that can give people ether points. This would be great to use on Chaos, especially because he hasn't learned anything in a while. Or he hasn't learned anything yet, I mean. So let's switch our party around first. How do I... Oh, it's battle formation. Replace with Chaos. Yeah, and Chaos's level being 11 also makes me feel like I'm under-leveled, which would make sense because we have not done a lot of extra battlings. He's got a very minor part in it. You've never seen all of Fifth Element. What a great movie. You always miss like 20 minutes of it, but never the same 20 minutes. What a weird experience to consistently have with a specific film. What is GoldenEye for the Wii? Is it just the VC version of GoldenEye? No, it's a completely different game. They did a remake of the... Well, I shouldn't say completely different game. They did a full remake of the N64 GoldenEye for the Wii, but then it's like the Daniel Craig James Bond instead of Pierce Brosnan. And it has like, you know, Wii point-and-shoot motion controls. It's called like GoldenEye. There's two, it's weird. There's 2 of them. There's GoldenEye and then there's GoldenEye Reloaded. And I don't know what all the differences are between the base one and the Reloaded version, but the one I have is the base version. This game. And I think the Reloaded one just like added some more features, or maybe it added like Wii Motion Plus support or something. It was a big deal when it came out. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the ether. So he can reduce ether on one enemy. I was trying to see if I could look at what this other one is, but I can't even look at what the other one is without some ether points. The DS version of GoldenEye. Whoo! Yikes. Yikes. Okay, what can we do with Cosmos? Attack down for beam and something enemies. I don't remember what G is. And this raises her physical attack. Why does it say I don't have it? Oh, I only have 32. Okay, I see. It sucks that you can't even shop the upgrades if you don't have the points. So we could give this healing ether to another character for 20 ether points, which is very interesting. I don't think we want to do that now. So yeah, each one of these branch into another skill, but we can't see what they are until we have enough points. to do it. So we don't even know what we're potentially saving up for. But I could give Chaos items to get him to 120 points, and we could see what this red skill is. I'm assuming the icons are like types. So the like square ones are healing, and then the circle purple ones are like buffs and debuffs. But the red ones, I'm assuming, are probably attacks, and we haven't seen any of those yet, because these are both buff related, and they're all purple. And then, yeah, Ziggy has purple and green. Xion has purple and green. So it'd be cool to see what that might be. So let's give 120 points to Chaos with some of our items that we have. So let's see. This one gives 100. And then we can do exactly 120. That's perfect. So 100, 10, 20. So now we can go back into the ether screen and see what this is. Ice Wings. So it's an ice elemental attack against one enemy. That's pretty cool. Will I ever go back to Zelda again that is not OOT? What do you mean, Draconics? Like on stream? Alright, we learned Ice Wings. That seems pretty cool. So now we have some attack ether as well as healing and buff. That's our first one. I really need to revisit these tech attacks. Because I feel like I'm missing something here. And I probably need to just like level them up a little bit. So let's take a look here. I can level up. Let's see, we have a beam attack and a slash attack. I feel like this one's going to be better. So let me see here. I've got 200 points. And then I can choose 3 different things about it to upgrade. I can increase its attack power. I can allow it to be set in the high slot, which would be a first. We don't really know what that means. And then this would lower the wait time between another use. Oh, on stream replaying it again. Yeah, it would have to be for like a special event, Draconics, like a marathon, charity thing, marathon, something like that. Yeah, it would have to be. I wouldn't just randomly do it as a stream game. I don't feel comfortable enough with any of the other Zelda games to do like randomizers, really, on stream. I would like to try some of them at some point, but it's not something that I'm like itching to do currently. I'm enjoying first-time experiences much more, and I feel like that's what people are coming here for. So if I'm going to do one, it's going to be like the cozy Ocarina of Time randomizer that I don't need to study for and practice. You know, I can just kind of wing it and have fun and yap. So yeah, I don't see any Zelda on stream in the future unless it's a new game that's being released. You know, we played Tears of the Kingdom on release, we played Echoes of Wisdom on release. So whenever a new Zelda game comes out, you can definitely expect me to stream it on day one. But other than that, I don't know about replays. I've played them all so many times. You know, I've 100%ed every single one of them, including remasters. So that's a lot of Zelda. Wii Motion Plus, yay, Skyward Sword. Yeah, I've 100%ed both versions of Skyward Sword, so I definitely won't be playing those again. That's one of my lower ranked Zelda games. I don't plan on replaying those ever again. Predictions for next mainline Zelda game. Interesting. I think I have a hopes column and then a more realistic predictions column. That are you know, a bit of a Venn diagram, I guess I would say. Let me figure this out in the menu, and then I will talk about that. I'm also about to run an ad. Let's see here. I think the best thing for me to do is increase the attack power of this, because it's going to be the thing that I see the most immediate help from. And then I can also reduce the wait time. I want to see how much this changes. So the current level is listed as A2, which I'm assuming is like a really high level. I'm assuming it's using like Hex, and it costs 10. Oh, it's going down. So now it's A1, and it also costs 10. Now it's A0. Oh, and it's maxed out. Okay, so now it's as fast as it can possibly be. That's really cool. But I don't know how to tell how... They probably taught this to me at the beginning, but it was too abstract and I didn't retain it all. I need to revisit the manual as well. Now, do I want to do anything with the melee attack? I don't think so. I think we're going to be favoring ether attacks against the robot boss. That seems to be the better thing. Let's see what we can do with Xion. Lightning might be good against them, so maybe I should try to use her lightning. So let's increase the attack power by 1, and then let's decrease the weight. And then for Cosmos... Where's Cosmos? Oh no, wait, we already did Cosmos. For Chaos, he doesn't have any tech points. He has a Spirit type attack, which we've never used before. We don't really know what that's like. They're both Spirit type attacks. I think I'm just going to leave those as they are. Okay. We've got the party that we want. Let's put Xion in the middle. Yep. And then let's do a save. Oh yeah, and we'll top off Xion's HP, I guess. Alright, let me save. And let me run an ad really quick, and we'll talk about Zelda. When I come back. Let's do a separate save here. What's today? 9/4. Day 5. So this is slot 24, and this is Ether plus tech upgrades pre-boss. All right, I'll see y'all in about 3 minutes.
Show me your moves.
All right, and that's it, folks. Captain Falcon with the clean sweep, 11-0 against Jigglypuff. She just barely lost this one. Wait, did that go to sudden death? No, she fell off one more time than he did. That was very close to going to sudden death. But it was not enough. Whew, I ate some more of those chips during the break. They're hot. Okay, so this is Captain Falcon's first shutout. He is coming very close to catching up to Fox in the overall rankings, thanks to that. But Fox will probably get a nice boost when he faces off against Jigglypuff. Surprisingly, though, this is the first time that Jigglypuff has been shut out. Despite being the lowest ranked character, she's always managed to win at least 2 times against her opponents thus far. But now she has 1 shutout against her. For the next 11 ad breaks, we're going to be switching to a new matchup, which is going to be Mario versus Kirby. Miyamoto versus Sakurai, if you will. So in about an hour, we'll get to find out how the first round of that goes. Let me get the scores reset on the screen here. And our character cards reset. Everything back to 0. There we go. So in the red corner, Mario. And in the blue corner, Kirby. Jigglypuff has been eradicated. All right. We'll check in on that in about an hour. For now, let's go back over here. And, all right, let's talk about Zelda. You all posed an interesting question about Zelda. You asked me about Zelda, and y'all have been talking about it. So let me tell you what I think. First of all, as it pertains to the timeline, I think the Zelda team wants to get away from the timeline as much as possible. The whole, we've talked about this before, but the whole Zelda timeline thing turned out to be a little bit of a Pandora's box. Like, the fan base loved speculating about the timeline and was very obsessive about it for probably 5 or 6 years, and it was like peak Zelda discourse. And so Nintendo smartly played into that with the development of Skyward Sword and the subsequent creation of Hyrule Historia. And they found a neat place for everything to kind of like live in, and everybody was pretty happy with it for the most part. But after the timeline had been canonized for like a year or so, the fan community kind of realized, oh, it's no fun anymore. The fun was in the speculation and the wondering and the not knowing. And now that we know, it's not as fun anymore. And then Breath of the Wild came out, and they didn't address the timeline at all, and people were like trying to figure out where Breath of the Wild landed, and there wasn't really like a neat, obvious place for it to land because the developers intentionally, I think, were trying to distance themselves. They were trying to start a new direction, in a sense. I think they were trying to be very intentionally ambiguous so that there wasn't a really obvious place for Breath of the Wild to land. And it seems to have worked because the discourse really died down and people kind of stopped asking. And by the time Tears of the Kingdom came out, people weren't even really thinking about the timeline anymore. There are definitely still people championing it and like asking for answers from Nintendo. But for the most part, it seems like the larger community doesn't really care anymore. And I'm in that camp as well. Like, the timeline is cool, it's fun, it's obviously a retcon, but I think it's a well-done retcon. And, like, I enjoyed the whole arc that it had. But I'm cool with the developers just making games that they want to make and not having to worry about finding a place for it to fit in canonically, you know? So I'm fine with that. Alright, we can just take this guy out with one attack. So I don't think that the next Zelda game to be developed will have any consideration of the timeline. They've already proven that they've proven to themselves that the fan community's not interested in it anymore, and that the game doesn't need to be related to the timeline in order to be successful, right? Because Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are like the most successful, best-selling Zelda games of all time. And, you know, Echoes of Wisdom, I thought was a beautiful piece of video game, but apparently the larger reception is a bit more divisive on Echoes of Wisdom, which disappoints me, because I feel like it's like the perfect evolution of 2D Zelda, and shows a bunch of really, really promising creativity for future games, as well as like confirming that 2D Zelda will continue to be a thing, which was a very important question to answer that I think some people took for granted. But as far as what the next game will be like at, you know, like the next 3D Zelda, I do think the next Zelda will be a 3D game and not a 2D game. Because the last one was 2D, and obviously the 3D ones sell better. Well, actually, I think the next Zelda game will probably be a remaster of an older game. It'll probably be the Oracle games. But the next new Zelda game will probably be a 3D game. And I'm a bit torn on what I think it's going to be. Because I don't think they can really do Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom again. I think they have to do something else. Come on, Cosmos. Yes, just barely got it. I think they have to do something else. I think they have to do a pretty significant pivot creatively and like aesthetically and everything, because people were already complaining that Tears of the Kingdom was the same game as Breath of the Wild again, even though it's quite different. But just on a surface level, it's really easy to make that judgment call. So I really don't think they can use that engine again. I think they have to do something completely new, especially since it'll be a Switch 2 game. I think they have to go in a different direction. I think that's pretty clear to most people. Maybe not. I would love to see them use that engine one more time with a Zelda 1 remake. You know, they're remaking all the Zelda games, right? But they didn't start at the beginning. They started with Ocarina of Time, and then they've been remaking all the 3D Zeldas in order since then. But they haven't remade the first 3 Zelda games, 1, 2, and Link to the Past. They went back and did Link's Awakening because they started doing the handheld remakes when they ran out of 3D ones, right? They remade all the console Zeldas. They did OOT and MM on the 3DS. Then they did Twilight Princess on the Wii U and Wind Waker. And then they did Skyward Sword on the Switch. And then they were done remaking all of the previous console Zelda games, right? Because they had caught up to Breath of the Wild. But if they go back and do the handheld ones, they could start over, and that's what they did. They went back to Link's Awakening, which was the first handheld Zelda. And then the next ones in line are the Oracle games. So I'm assuming they will be the next Zelda remasters, but it could be Zelda 1 in the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom engine, and I think that would work beautifully. I think that would be a fantastic idea, and it would be a great way for them to use that framework one more time. But I don't see what you see, Vamasi. Like, yes, they put a ton of time and money into developing the engine for Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't agree that they have to use it again. They've definitely made their money's worth on that engine. Like, there's no way that they didn't make their money back like 100-fold on whatever they invested in creating that engine. And also, there's no precedent in Zelda to have to reuse an engine. Like, this is technically only the second time that it's happened. You know, the Ocarina of Time engine got reused for Majora's Mask, and the Breath of the Wild engine got reused for Tears of the Kingdom. But other than that, it's never happened before. It's not a precedent that's been set. So I don't agree that they have to use it again. They've already used it again. But yeah, if we're getting into more of like my hopes column versus what I think is actually likely, I would love to see the return of item-based progression. That's the top of my wish list. Tears of the Kingdom did a great job of getting closer to like proper dungeons. There's still a lot more to do there to get back to the classic formula of dungeons, certainly. But I think if they brought back item-based progression, it would take care of the rest. And there's a lot of creative things that they could do there. So I would love to see that return. If we don't get item-based progression, I want more fleshed out dungeons as a consolation, which I think is a big ask for everybody. But I really feel like they're not going to do the completely non-linear open world thing again. I don't think they need to do that again to be a big seller. Open world is not the selling point that it was in 2017. And even in 2017, that wave had already kind of crested. It was more just like a norm than like a popular trend, you know? So I don't think they need to do that again. I hope they don't do it again. But if they do, I'm sure they'll find some way to make it cool. But as far as what I think is likely versus what I would hope, I think we're gonna get a game that does not care about the timeline, and we're gonna get a game that has a lot of new mechanical gimmicks, because that's like the core of Zelda. Is like the gameplay is always the first thing they design. They come up with some kind of core gameplay concept first. That's always where it begins for pretty much any Nintendo game, but especially Zelda games. So, you know, like Ocarina of Time, the first thing they came up with was the time mechanic of going back and forth, because they were like, oh, the Dark World in Link to the Past was really cool. How can we like evolve that idea? And there will be some things that they take from the previous games and like evolve and rethink and try out. So it'll inevitably start there. I don't know what that's gonna be. Hopefully it's item-based progression, and they figure out a new way to do that. Because I really miss items. You know, like just having a glider and whatever, and being able to like climb everything is fun, but it also kind of like breaks the game. I'm gonna go back into the previous room and see if I can save, so that I could come back through here with all of those eggs defeated. Hopefully they don't respawn. Yeah, people are pretty tired of the durability system for sure. Oh, this is the wrong room. doesn't even have the save point. I would definitely be okay. Like, obviously, item-based progression kind of plays into that. If they're going to have, like, core items, they wouldn't be able to be breakable. You know, like, if they bring back the hook shot, they're not going to make the hook shot breakable, right? There's going to be one hook shot. I guess they could figure out some way to do that, where you'd have to, like, make it, but that would be terrible. I think they would be smart enough to not do that. Goodness. Well, they did respawn, but I'm gonna save anyways. What's my favorite Zelda, or maybe a favorite of each style? Oh, somebody try ! Zelda in the chat. I don't think I have a command set up for it, but I might. I actually have a list on Backlogged of my Zelda rankings. If the command isn't set up, I'll link it in a second. Okay, I'll have to create that. Yeah, I agree, SNES. Like, the item-based progression is what makes it like a quote-unquote Metroidvania. You know, it's a way to create backtracking and reward backtracking. Yeah, on my Backlogged, I have a bunch of lists of stuff. Here's a link to all of my lists. And one of those lists is my Legend of Zelda series ranking. There you go. Ocarina of Time is my favorite. For anyone not bothered or not able to open the link. It's pretty hard to top. It was my first Zelda game. There's a ton of core memories there. An incredibly important experience for a lot of reasons. So it's very heavily biased as my favorite. Nice hit, Chaos. Usually when I split up, or usually when I talk about favorite Zelda games, I like to split between 2D and 3D because they feel so different to me. But Echoes of Wisdom definitely made that more interesting because it bridged a lot of the gaps between 2D and 3D. It took like all of the current ideas of the 3D Zeldas and incorporated them into a 2D environment in a really, really cool way. So Echoes was pretty huge for me. Let's see, this is Xion. I don't think Xion is gonna do 79, but we can go for it. Oh yeah, we got this. And then Cosmos can just one-shot the other one. Because Cosmos is absurd. Good job. Yeah, Link Between Worlds is great. Phenomenal game. It was very popular when it came out, but now that nobody talks about the 3DS anymore, it's become kind of an underrated game again, in a weird way. Like, it's very inaccessible now. Like, pre-Switch, it would have been really easy to recommend Link Between Worlds to somebody. Like, oh yeah, it's a 3DS game. You gotta grab it. It's great. But now, like, nobody wants to play a 3DS game. And they're not, like, easy to collect or anything. Please die. Oh yeah, I know you don't fall into that category, Cheaty. I don't either. But just for, like, the average gamer, you know, the average Joe video games category, they're not playing their 3DS anymore. And I think it's hard for a lot of people, even who were fans of the 3DS in its heyday. I think it's hard for a lot of those people to play a 3DS, you know, in their, like, mid-30s and beyond for a lot of, like, physical reasons. Like, their hands might get tired, their neck might get tired, their eyes are going to get tired. There are, unfortunately, a lot of barriers there. Okay, so we get to set ourselves up before this battle, but we don't get to save. I need to get the little guy his lunch, so I'm going to take a brief little pause here. No ads or anything. I'll be back in hopefully less than 3 minutes. We're not going over here. We're going over here. There we go. Blam! Wowie! So fast! Alright, we're back. Little guy has got what he needs. Oh, you think emulation will fix the problem, Shane? I think what would also fix the problem is a better original hardware situation. That's personally what I'm waiting for. I have a huge backlog of DS and 3DS games that I want to play, but I want to play them on a TV with a controller, and I don't want to emulate them. So, I think there's a lot of people like me just silently but eagerly awaiting a proper, like, dual HDMI 3DS solution that doesn't cost $1,100 from a sketchy website that I've never seen a review for. So, here's to hoping that we're closing in on that. But yeah, the 3DS is a really great system still, and it's also interestingly very novel to play in like a post-Switch, Switch 2 world. Like it's so cute. Like even an XL feels like kind of cute and small now. And there's just so many good games. Okay, let's get ready for this boss. I'm very concerned about Shion's health. I can use tech points to increase her HP. And I think I might do that. So, I only get 10 HP at the cost of 76 tech points. But the maximum for HP is 500. That's really interesting. Is that the same for everybody? It is. 500 is such a small number. And this is also wild because tech points are the same balance that we use to increase the potency of our attacks. So you have to decide if you want to use these to increase your attack power or your base stats. And I don't think I have any items that give me tech points. Yeah, I have skill points and I have ether points, but no tech points that I can give out. So what we have is what we have. I'm assuming that a tech upgrade item exists, but maybe it doesn't. So let's just do that. I just want to take Shion's HP up as high as it'll go. I think that's the best thing that I can do right now. Obviously, if we game over, we have to do this again anyways. So if the next upgrade costs the same and improves the same amount of HP, I'm assuming I'll be able to do this twice. Oh, it costs 2 more points. So it's going to go up just a little bit each time. So now Xion has 300. Let me take a quick look at my... So we have 2 defense plus 2s on her. We could reduce lightning damage. We can prevent ether attack down, which I think was a thing in this fight. But I don't remember. And then we have this ability passively. But right now we're reducing beam damage. We could change it to reduce lightning damage. Try to get in fights that specifically give TP more than EXP. Yeah, that would be an interesting strategy to try to go after. It's kind of like EXP versus AP in like FF7, you know, where your materia build is more important than your actual character level or something. Or I guess FF8 as well. You got yourself SMT Devil Survivor Record Breaker and Overclocked. Are those PS1 games? I don't know what those are. I don't know anything about SMT. Let's look at everybody else's equipment really quick. We did get the upgraded equipment for Cosmos. Evade +2 might not be super important here. Maybe we should give her this instead, so that she can't have ether attack down, because she's going to be our main attacker here. So let's give her that. And then let's take a look at Chaos's equipment. He has defense +2 and prevent ether attack down. This seems good. The only thing we might want to do here is increase his ether points. What I don't like is that I can't see how much it's going to cost me. You know, like if I had an item that could increase my balance, and I could see, oh, it's going to cost me 60 points to upgrade, and I have 43, and I have an item that gives 20. Okay, cool, if I use my item, I can get it. But in a scenario where I do have that item, I have to just use it and hope. Maybe as I go further in the game, there will be some kind of rough approximation I can make as to what each of these costs to upgrade, but it still would be nice to be able to just kind of shop it. You know, now I can see, oh, this costs 34 to upgrade, but it's only because I have enough. And the skill menu does the same thing. That would be a quality of life feature that would be nice to see in a re-release. I don't think that cheapens the experience or makes the game easier in any way. Seems like a worthwhile feature to have. Maybe just an oversight. Seems odd that it would have intentionally been set up that way to like make it harder for the player. Oh, interesting. So I can only hold 12 ether skills. But if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't be able to see... or I wouldn't be able to use those other 2. So I'm glad I came in here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had this new magic that we just got. So some of these cost more than 1 weight in order to have equipped, which is wild. Okay. Let's top off Xion's new max HP. And then it's time to give this a shot. Oh, they're DS games. Interesting. Oh, I can't approach from there. Okay. Devil Survivor games are for the DS, but they got 3DS ports with more content. Gotcha. Give me a 2D Zelda like Castlevania, where the whole game is in Ganon's castle, like Symphony of the Night, but Zelda. That would be so cool. A Zeldavania would rock. Okay. So, right off the bat, I want to go for debuffs. So, one enemy / ally, ether effect down 25%. So, I'm guessing that this means that we are decreasing the effect of ether, not the potency of ether attacks. So I don't know why I would want to use this on an enemy, because I think it would make him take less damage from ether, which would be a disaster. The fact that this only hits one ally and I'd have to use 3 turns to get it on everybody kind of blows. Let's see how much damage this ice spell does compared to a regular attack. 44. That's not a lot. I'm assuming regular attacks will do more. It saved the blank event slot to the memory. So now it does its big AoE attack that it did at the beginning of the last fight. And I'm assuming that means it's going to do it every time that same event slot comes back around. And it's up to me to pay attention to the pattern. Physical attack down for beam and G enemies. Or I can increase my physical attack. I have so many questions about these. I don't know how to tell if this guy is a B or a G, first of all. And then I don't know if physical attack means all of my attacks or just my square attacks. But I'm going to try using this on him. Yeah, it is cool that this is very customizable, but it's a little bit overwhelming, I would say. It's a little bit more customizable than I would like for my personal tastes. I'm hoping that I'll get another turn with Chaos before the boss gets to go again, and I'll have him do the AoE heal. Let me just try this Analyze here and see what we can learn. Because this could be like an experimental scouting run and then we redo it. Okay. So you get to see the item drop and the rare drop. That's pretty fascinating. Its weakness is lightning. That's good. And then you get to see the experience and points yield, which is also really interesting. And I like that that screen doesn't go away until I'm done looking at it. Okay, we're gonna do this to heal everybody. Okay, that's a pretty good heal. But it's not enough to get us back to full, which is where we need to be. The event slot is blank again, so if he does the AoE again, Xion is dead. It doesn't look like he's gonna go next, but he might. So just in case, I'm gonna go ahead and have her heal herself, in case he does it next turn. This way everybody would live. Okay, there he is. On the GTW. Well, it's not so much that the mechanics aren't explained well. I mean, that's a separate argument. Like, I figured out how a lot of these point systems work, but the completely sandbox nature of it is more what I'm not really preferring. Like, I get how it works, but if there was a more linear, like, controlled skill progression and not so many, like, currencies to use and my stats just kind of, like, followed a specific curve, I would probably enjoy that a little bit more. You know, like, the customization is interesting me, but is not, like, exciting me, if that makes sense. You know, I'm feeling that I have to figure it out in order to play the game and be successful at it. It feels more like a difficulty feature than like a like, ooh, look at how much I get to customize. Like, I don't need this much customization to get excited. Okay, are we finally attacking with Cosmos? I think that's what we need to do here. So let's just do one ether attack to charge up for a 6-pointer. Okay, that's no problem. Okay, we get 2 actions in a row here. This is good. Xion. Could have her use an item, but probably better to just have her do one attack and save up for either a W item or a bigger attack. But she's not going to be a heavy damage dealer here. We're going to be relying on Cosmos for damage. I'm going to have another healing dew go off here because we might be getting hit with another AoE attack in a second. So our battle loop here could very much be Chaos healing, Xion restoring Chaos's ether points, and then Cosmos attacking. That could be our roles for this battle here. Alright, let's go big. We're just doing so little damage. It's going to take so long to do 1,800 damage to this guy. And managing our resources to get that far is going to be a lot. Chaos gets to go after this. So I don't think I need to do a W item. It's tempting to do a W item for an ether pack on everybody, because it's a good opportunity. But it's also tempting to try to just get as much damage in as possible. Because this thing has so much health compared to what damage we're doing. Let's just do one big attack here and see how much we can do. I'll probably end up wishing that I had done the W item. We're lucky to get 100 damage out of this. But this way I know. Okay, yeah, we got about 100 damage with a crit. That's pretty low, but it's not insignificant. I think I need to attack with Chaos here. Okay, no AoE, but he's gonna... Oh no, he didn't go twice in a row. Okay, good. This is gonna be a single. Okay, and now Chaos can do a big attack. I'm a little bit worried that I should be healing here, but I'm going to go for it. Because he should be able to do some pretty good damage. He's doing more than Xion, but less than Cosmos. Yeah, that was pretty good, with a crit, especially. Okay, and then we could put Cosmos in after this, but I think I'm just going to do a single here to try to set myself up for a W item. Okay, perfect. Xion was the right character to attack there. This will be another big Cosmos attack. Beautiful. That's about 200. So we've already got him down to 800. This is going a lot better. As long as we don't get hit with another AoE like twice in a row, as long as it's just one of those every once in a while, we'll be fine. Okay, what do we want to do with Xion here? Let's do an ether pack. Let's go W item on a regular ether pack. This is good value. Everybody gets 10. Okay, and we're gonna have to heal after this. Perfect. Healing dew. Now this heals a lot less than the attack does, so we have to use it a couple of times before we're kind of back on top. And I don't think the downforce did anything to this enemy. So we didn't need to do that. I gotta focus on damage here, so we're just gonna do the one and walk. Little guy is very happy that he had his lunch. He has a lot to say about it. He's gonna get moved in a minute here. And Gobi is very ready for me to get up because she knows that she gets fed when I do. Oh, Xion has two, or Cosmos has 2 boosts. This might be a good time to take advantage of that. I want to get her set up for a W item again. So let's do this. And then we're going to do another AoE heal here. So this gets us out of kill range. Actually, not really. We kind of need one more of those. Okay, and then this will be a attack from Cosmos. We need about 4 more of these to get rid of this guy. Ooh, that was a really good crit. Okay, maybe not. He might be down to like 400. Oh my goodness. Okay, he's withering. Okay, so if we're lucky, 1 more of those should do it. We need another AoE heal here. Now we're out of kill range with all 3 characters. Okay, Xion could go W item here. That's probably the smart... Oh, whoops. I did the wrong thing. Oh, he's healing himself. Great. 600? Brother, please. That is uncalled for. Alright, we gotta set up Xion for another one here. Somehow he's just, like, taking more damage over time. I don't really understand what's happening there. Let's do a single attack with Chaos. In case we need to pivot. And then I need Xion to use an Ether Pack W item. This is what I meant to do on her last turn. Ooh, nice dodge, Cosmos. Beautiful. Okay. And then I need to use Cosmos' boost points. Maybe that's why my attacks are doing more? I don't think so, though. Yeah! Beautiful damage. And then we'll boost her in after this next turn. What am I gonna have him do? Just a 3? A 3? Yeah. A 3 hit? Alright, give me like 100 on this Chaos. Still really good, but not good enough. We still need 1 more big attack from Cosmos. So we'll do this, and then we can boost her in after this next Xion turn, and then we should be able to kill him. So let me go all in with Xion here. Try to take advantage of the crit, do as much damage as I can, and then Cosmos should be able to do 219 here. No problem. And this should do it. Unless he's got a phase 2. Okay, yeah, we got it.
My external appearance is down 5%. Xion, I need to flee.
Alright, thank you for the GGs. I'm going to stay on this screen because I need to run another ad and take care of the pups and the little guy. And that'll take me a few minutes. So we're going to see our first matchup between Mario and Kirby during the break, if you don't get hit with, you know, pharmaceutical ads or something. And I'll be back shortly after that. Thanks for being here, folks.
Free for all! Three, two, one, go! This game's winner is Mario.
This is, you don't understand.
All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. I know that was a few extra minutes. This looks like it was an interesting match. Looks like it went to sudden death. Mario takes it. I forgot to put a prediction up. We like to do predictions for these. I got in the habit of not doing them for the last matchup because I knew nobody was going to vote for Jigglypuff. But it's always nice to do it on the first round of a new matchup because we don't know anything. But Mario draws first blood, so he's 1-0 over Kirby for the time being. Kirby is our 11th ranked character. Pretty low ranked. Second lowest to be exact, but he has won 2 matchups, so significantly better than Jigglypuff in that regard. Mario is our 5th ranked character for the time being, but he has got a little bit of an advantage in that he hasn't been in as many matchups as some of the other higher ranked characters, so we may see him start to work his way down as we go further, or up. It's hard to say. He's been as high as 3rd place thus far in the tournament, but the middle of the pack is incredibly close together. 5th place is an average of 6.3, 6th place is an average of 6.1, 4th place is an average of 6.4, just above him. So 4th, 5th, and 6th are really, really close together. Pretty precipitous drop off to 7th though. And then a pretty steep hill to climb towards the top 3 at the moment. So our tier list is starting to shape up as we get closer to being done with this experiment, this time-killing experiment. I'm very excited for the eventual end of the bracket event. I think it's going to be very, very fun. All right, so we beat this boss. Thank you for the welcome back, Cheaty. Oh, you got stuck on that boss in a solo run? Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Okay. Oh. Xion learned a new attack. That's the first time that's happened. And we got the item drop. I don't know if that's guaranteed or not, but I'm glad we got it. Let's see what happens now. Cutscene? First cutscene of the day? Nice.
How's it look?
We got problems all over. The entire radar system is down. I bet the emitter's completely fried now.
The generator output keeps on dropping. I guess we ran the ship into the hyperspace column walls a few times too many, thanks to a certain idiot who flies like a maniac.
What? Hey! Who do you think it was that saved us?
I wish you'd consider what the navigator has to go through. I'm getting carpal tunnel thanks to you.
Why don't you just direct link it?
Isn't it obvious? It's way cooler to navigate by hand.
Are you stupid or something?
Mind your own business. At least I'm more useful than a certain out-of-control lunatic.
Oh, okay now. So you think you're the man, huh?
You wanna go? What you got?
Bring it on.
That's enough! Both of you morons, shut up! I'm sick of listening to your whining. My head hurts enough just thinking about what these repairs are gonna cost. The last thing I need is to babysit the 2 of you.
We're back.
Oh, if I had known I'd be doing this, I would have spent more time at the firing range.
Xion is so calm about all this.
What's going on?
Nothing. Good work. So, who are these guys?
She's Momo, and this is Ziggy. Looks like they're both with the Federation government.
Nice to meet you.
You 2 were the ones in the ship out there?
Thank you very much for rescuing us.
Thanks for your help.
They were being held by the UTIC organization, but they managed to escape.
The UTIC organization?
Captain.
Never thought I'd have to hear that cursed name again.
What is it? That you whatever?
Nothing you need to worry about.
Oh.
Stop wasting time and plot our course already.
You heard him. It's nothing a stupid navigator needs to worry about.
top of the panel. The stuff's in the way.
What?
What?
You're the one who left these here? Don't take it out on me.
Everyone's dumping on Alan.
This is for you. Thanks, Cosmos. Alan, wake up already. What's wrong with you?
Thanks. Just set it down there.
I'm telling you, that was crazy.
It was a close one, wasn't it?
I gotta say, though, those were some pretty sweet moves out there, old man.
Thank you very much.
What? Whoa! Hold on a sec, that was you?
Well, yes. I handled the flight controls.
Unbelievable. Shown up by a little girl. Kids these days.
That's pretty amazing, even for a Realian. Hey, that insignia on your uniform.
Yes?
Is that... Are you from the Mizrahi lab?
Oh.
Yes, I'm an observational Realian.
It's okay, you don't have to worry. If you're concerned about government secrets, Cosmos is one too. So, you're a 100 series observational Realian from the Mizrahi lab. A Hilbert-equipped model, right? Cosmos is equipped with it too, you know. The Hilbert effect. But of course, ours is a Vector original.
You're with Vector Industries?
Yep. So is Alan over there.
Come on.
By the way, where are you headed? We might be able to get...
Okay, hold on. I need to catch up. Sorry, there's a lot happening right now that I want to write down. So Shion recognizes what Momo is. Ziggy tries to tell her not to say, but it doesn't matter. Shion spills to them what Cosmos is, almost as an exchange of info, and starts talking about the similarities between Momo and Cosmos in the Hilbert effect. Momo seems interested in and familiar with Vector, Chaos asks where... This is probably about to be a kind of a bombshell moment if they answer. Chaos asks where Ziggy and Momo are headed to see if we can escort them. Confused, why am I taking notes? Yes, to remember, to have a chance of remembering anything, and to help myself analyze and digest. Yeah, chat is answering for me. But yeah, I'm just I'm trying to like get really, really deep into the plot and the story of the game, and there's no way that I would remember all this stuff if I just watched it happen. Even if I played the game continuously, I don't think I would be able to process all this data. So it helps it stick in my brain. It helps me like revisit it when I go back to recap before the next stream to remind myself everything that happened the last time I played the game. But I'm also like trying to get really like kind of like granular in some ways, but also like abstract and meta in other ways, because I'm looking for like narrative devices and allegories, implications, and things like that. It's very much my jam. I'm a story head. I'm treating every game's story like a work of fiction.
You there for a small fee if it's not too far out of the way. Right, Captain?
Yeah, of course. After all, we are in the transport business.
Transport? Then could you please take us to Second Milch?
Like they're not going to figure that out.
Take us to the Second Miltian star system?
Second Miltia? You too?
What do you mean, you too?
Oh, it's just a strange coincidence, that's all. Cosmos' new deployment is on Second Miltia also.
Hey, that's great. It'll cost less if you're all going the same way, Shion.
Well, I suppose that's true.
Captain, well, what about ship repairs?
Yeah, we gotta take care of that first. Let's stop at a nearby dock colony. That all right with you?
Of course.
Thank you for taking us.
Well, relax and enjoy the trip. Hey, Ms. Vector, show him around, would you?
He's being unusually nice.
Is he? He just ordered you to do something.
I got a booger hanging out of my nose.
A booger?
No, nothing. All right then, shall we go? Momo? Ziggy?
All right. So we have to stop at a nearby colony for repairs first. Wow, I can't spell first. There we go. All right. So we've been ordered to show Ziggy and Momo around the ship. That's very funny. They're the only ones in my party right now. You're all about narrative and world building. You just let yourself forget stuff. Yeah, I mean, of course. That's, I mean, not every game is this dense. So there's definitely, depending on the game, I might be like over-analyzing with my notes. But with a game like this, it feels a lot more necessary, and this is like an effort to keep up with the game. Like, I didn't take a whole lot of notes for Final Fantasy X-2, because I was just kind of checked out the whole time. And I don't think anything would have made more sense if I had done this much writing. But, like, with Final Fantasy Tactics, it was really, really crucial, and helped me understand the game at a much deeper level than if I hadn't done it. You've heard legend of how dense the narrative can be in this? Yeah, I mean, I know Takahashi's reputation. Great job, that's Cosmos for you. And Momo's amazing too. What a huge difference compared to our useless Tony here. Oh, sorry, that was Hammer. Not Matthews. I thought I was talking to Matthews. What? You're gonna give a tour of the ship, right? Hurry up and go then. Sheesh, first we got a combat weapon and a bunch of weird scientists. Now we have a cyborg and a Realian. Why are all these troublesome people flocking to me? Man, I don't need any more headaches. Why are they troublesome just because they're non-human? I can't believe this. I'm actually getting all riled up being compared to a little munchkin like her. Hey Momo, how about we have a little match next time? Is Alan really sleeping here, or is he just crying? Chief, thank goodness you're safe. If something were to happen to you, I'd... Chief, please don't do anything rash like that again. God, what a wreck. I don't know if that's necessarily true, though, Shane. I feel like even people who might agree that 10-2's story is like bonkers and off the wall might still enjoy it far beyond a point that I did. This is the kitchen. Oh, it's Cosmos. Why is Cosmos doing dishes? I'll help out too. There is no need for additional manpower to complete this task. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Cosmos, that was rude. She was trying to be nice. Analysis of the current situation shows that I can manage without the help of others. There is no need to divert more personnel to this location. I love the way that Cosmos talks. It's so funny. See, she's so not cute, and she's always like this. Dishwashing requires a rather fine adjustment of one's power output. Yeah, she's having to, like, Goku mode the dishes so she doesn't break everything, because she's so strong. You bet someone did their dissertation on Xenosaga? I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. And yeah, I bet there are a lot of things that were lost in localization. It's a very common problem with RPGs, like, from any time period. But, you know, with this game having significantly more text, it's just kind of like an automatic thing. You know, more text means more things that have to be translated and localized, so there's more opportunity for errors. But then you add on top of that, just like the nature of the subject matter of this game and how complex some of the ideas are, it's got to be really, really hard to translate and localize. So I wonder where they expect me to go with the party. Like, where is it on this ship that we're going to go that's going to trigger a cutscene that forwards the plot, you know? First thing I'm going to do is go save, though. Probably safe to talk to Cherenkov. 100 series Realian and a prototype at that. I never thought I'd meet one in a place like this. Looks like I've got the devil's own luck. Okay, so Cherenkov is not happy about us having a Realian on board. I guess he probably sees Momo as the same thing as Cosmos. Like, something that's not human that could go rogue and kill everybody. Even though it seems like their purposes are entirely different. This is Cabin 1. It's the room of the people this ship use. Wait, it's the room the people of this ship use. That's such a weird sentence. Alan and Commander Cherenkov also stay here. It's a wonderful cabin. Yes, it is. I hear the Elsa was originally a luxury space cruiser. That's why there's such a high-class feel to everything in both its exterior and interior, even though it's a cargo passenger ship. That's cool lore. So it's like a decommissioned cruise ship, basically. I guess I can rest here. Oh, Yasumi. Probably was missing some HP or EP. Not sure. Little guy went right to sleep. I'm surprised. A little earlier than usual. He didn't seem that tired. Okay, let's drop a save here before we get pulled into something. I always forget to press confirm to save. So this is going to be save slot 25, I believe. Or is it 26? Yeah. It's getting slower and slower every time we save because I guess the more save files there are, the longer it takes to load that menu. So it's going to start getting really slow. So this is Elsa after boss. We'll call this Ziggy Momo Tour. I thought maybe we would go down to maintenance and look at Cosmos again to trigger the next story event, but she's doing the freaking dishes. We may need to buy some items, but not gonna worry about that now. Let's go to the bridge. Who is flying the ship? Tony was at the restaurant, so maybe Hammer is navigating. Well, no, Hammer was there too. Hammer was sitting with Matthews. Let's see, this is the bridge. The frontmost part is the pilot console, and that's Tony's seat. They know how a ship works. Look at those speakers, by the way. The left front is the navigator seat. That's where Hammer sits. The right front is the engineer's control seat. The rear is the fire control seat. And the seat attached to the arm protruding from the left rear area is the captain's seat. That's where Captain Matthews sits. I heard that all the controls can be automated for routine voyages. So yeah, nobody's here flying the ship. I guess maybe we're parked right now, and that's why nobody's here, is we're not moving. We're just floating in free space. You always wondered how someone could ever write something like this? Your best friend wanted to get into writing. Spent all his free time doodling concepts or writing down ideas. By the time you were 18, he had an encyclopedia's worth of notes. That's awesome. That's very inspiring. Yeah, I'm working on a bit of a writing project myself, and it has been kind of similarly a lifelong pursuit centered around scratch pads and doodling. I'm hoping to take it to the next level in the next year or so. But if not, it'll be probably like 4 years. This is cabin 2. They actually let me use this huge cabin by myself. You get to use it all by yourself, Shion? Yes, I think the captain was trying to be thoughtful because I'm a woman. The captain did that? But why? It's more fun to be with everyone. That's true. To be honest, I was a little lonely, but starting today, you'll be with me, so I won't be lonesome anymore. I hope we'll make good roommates. Momo. Yes, I hope we will be good roommates too. Momo doesn't understand what it is to be a woman. Okay, so we have the option to end our tour here. Staying up late is bad for my skin too. Wow. The Harman Kardon upgraded sound system. Yeah, they got some really fancy Klipsch speakers in there. You stalled for a second, not realizing she was talking about having her own living space? Oh. Okay, let's go down and check out the rest of the ship. And we might do a little shoppy shop. We might be able to get another, like, round of items. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation, Vamasi. Like, it's certainly a mixed bag. You know, like, for some RPGs, especially a lot of, like, more classic or standard RPGs, if I may be so bold to use those terms, a lot of the flavor text is kind of like intentionally throwaway or non sequitur, because it's like kind of like weirdly a tradition. And then other games like this one, the NPC dialogue is not necessarily crucial to like knowing where to go or what to do next, but it is incredibly crucial in like character development and world building. Which, yeah, I think it's a good way to do it, because for some people, they're just not going to care that much. They're fine with just the surface level plot and just vibes. They just want to get to the meat of the experience and play the game. But for the people who want to dig deeper and talk to everybody, at least this game is giving you a lot. That has been very cool. I wonder if this is a vacant room. What do you think, Ziggy? How about we make this your room? Sure, that'll be fine. Then I'll ask the captain later. This ship has all sorts of supplies on board. They might even have a maintenance bed for cyborgs. Sorry for all the trouble. Thank you. Oh, SNES, you got grabbed just because of the Kappa. How did I get warped into this room, though? It's not directly connected to the door I went in. But yeah, I'm big on the world building, so I like reading up on all the stuff. I like talking to everybody. Plus, I have the instincts that tell me that I could get an item or a side quest or, some type of tangible reward for talking to everybody as well. Yeah, I have Kipo on there too. For the circumventors. But you're all good. It's just one of those things where the bad apples ruin the whole bunch. But yeah, it is weird to go from a game like this where the NPC dialogue is like very interesting and highly varied and useful. And then go to a game where the NPC dialogue very much is not. And sometimes that'll give me those kind of feelings where it's just like, why am I even bothering to talk to all these people? Like, nobody's saying anything interesting, or like it's not even funny. It's just like the most throwaway filler dialogue or whatever. But it's okay. I don't think I've ever felt too strongly negative about a game's NPC dialogue. One thing that always bugged you is when JRPGs, when characters repeat what they had just been told. Yes, that is true, Shane. It is a thing in Japanese conversation to like repeat what the other person said to prove that you're listening. It's also, this would be very difficult to do in a video game, but it's also like not only culturally acceptable, but like encouraged to like interrupt when someone is talking to show that you are listening. So like not necessarily to start talking yourself, but to like make an acknowledging sound or like an acknowledging word as someone is talking to like continually remind them that you are engaged and listening to them. And I've listened to conversations of people like explaining that and doing it, and it's very jarring as an English speaker because it's really easy to like reflexively feel that it's like rude or distracting as like the third party listening to the conversation. But like as a one-on-one conversation, specifically as the listener, yeah, you're expected to just be like, and I've heard like a lot of translators do it, and then or like you'll see it a lot in kind of like game dev circles because there will be people that are like Japanese developers talking to somebody from, like a journalistic source, and then somebody like Bill Trinan is there who's like an American that speaks Japanese, and so when he's like talking to Miyamoto or whoever who's next to him, he like switches to Japanese mode. I've seen it happen where like the Japanese person is talking to him and Bill Trinan is listening so that he can translate it to the journalist. And while the Japanese person is talking, he's sitting there going, like constantly to like respectfully listen to the person who's speaking. And then he'll go and say the translation to the journalist. And then when the journalist is talking to Bill Trinan, he's not going to do that, because he's switching back to American mode. He's going to silently listen to the question or whatever they're saying or the response. It's really fascinating to be able to just kind of like switch gears like that. Because like being bilingual is one thing, but actually knowing the like social cues and the culture and everything is a completely different ballgame. This is Hangar 1, a hangar exclusively for eggs. They let me store mine here, too. It's a beautiful eggs. I've never seen an eggs like it before. It's one of our prototypes. It was supposed to be tested during Woglinde's trial run, but I never imagined it would actually come into use. Whose eggs is that one over there? Oh, that's the Elsa's eggs. It seems Chaos pilots it for the most part. I heard that Hammer put it together himself from junk parts salvaged from battlefields. Really? Hammer's very skilled. I think he does all the repairs on the Elsa, too. Someone like Hammer's a rare find. There aren't too many people like that, even in Vector 2nd R&D Division. Okay, are they setting up Hammer to be the 28-year-old boy assistant from the Mizrahi Labs? I don't think so, but it's interesting. Yeah, that's a good point too, Vamasi. Like, the culture is very built into the language in a lot of ways, and English doesn't have anything like that, because it's just this, like, bastardized, cobbled, stolen, you know, language. I love how, like, Shion and Momo are super chatty here, and Ziggy's not saying anything, and he's just kind of, like, looking around and scratching his neck. Alright, this guy's back. This is the guy who sells eggs parts. I'm still very overwhelmed by the eggs system. It gives me very bad flashbacks to Xenoblade X and the Skells. Let's go back down to the boss room. Also, I didn't realize that this was Shion's eggs. But I guess that's hers. And then maybe Chaos's is over here. Or wait, no. That's Shion's. So this one must be Chaos's. Very cool. Yeah, that's also a really interesting aspect of it too, Shane. Yeah, the Japanese text in a video game can tell you so much more about a character than the English localized text, you know? Like, characters of different ages and genders will use different pronouns to refer to themselves, or they'll speak with, like, a different accent where they actually use different words, and you can't see any of that in written text in English. It's really cool. But we don't get to take advantage of any of that stuff. Sometimes it can be localized if it's like in a voiced game, but in like a purely text situation, there's pretty much nothing you can do. This is Hangar 2. It got all scratched up all over the place during that fight. Do you think it'll be okay? It's fine, don't worry. Hangars are usually built to be durable. Besides, I have a feeling that there's more to this place than what we see. What do you mean? Did you notice that the floor of the catapult deck is made of induction panels? This room is structurally next to it, right? It's built like some sort of an accelerator room, too. Accelerator room? Well, it'd be quickest if we asked the captain, but he probably won't tell us since it looks like black market parts were used. Interesting. That could come into play later on. Once again, Han Solo, Millennium Falcon seems to be the primary inspiration here. Or the easiest correlation. Another chance to get this chest in case we missed it. I'm glad the chests don't regenerate in this game, though. That would be overwhelming. Got him. Got him. So we didn't get a restock of our consumable items, unfortunately. So I'm glad we got the ones we got as Ziggy. We got some really good ones there. Okay, I think we've seen all of the ship now. Well, we didn't go back up here. This used to be a vacant room, but I'm borrowing it to use as a maintenance lab for Cosmos. Is that Cosmos Maintenance's bed? Yes, after being active for a set amount of time, she sleeps there and her data is uploaded to the company headquarters. I can also feed back the activity data to update the OS. So Cosmos sleeps too? Yes, even if I disconnect her from the outside world, her central systems remain active. I wonder what kind of dreams she sees. Dreams, That's probably something only Cosmos would know. I hope she has sweet dreams. So do I. Interesting thing for Momo to think about. I hadn't considered that either. You disagree that English lacks those subtleties. I don't think English necessarily lacks the subtleties. They just lack direct equivalents for the ones that Japanese has. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You kind of said the same thing I said in the second half of your message. Yeah, English has its own subtleties. It just doesn't have a way to explain the ones from the Japanese. That's more of what I was trying to say. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like we're all pretty much on the same page. Wait, what is that quote from, Rez? Seems oddly familiar. Oh, iRobot. I've never seen that movie, so I don't know why. Maybe that was in like a clip or a trailer or something. I bet that movie hits different post-Gen AI. Has anyone read the original iRobot book? Is it good? And also, when did you read it? I'm wondering if it's like more poignant now or like less poignant. We all agree. Why are we yelling? No one's yelling here. He was interrogating a robot, and it basically asked him if he's capable of the things that supposedly would define it as having humanity. Got it. Wait, the robot asked the human that? Oh, I see. The long sentence, I see. The long sentence is what the human asked the robot, and then the robot said, "Can you?" Got him. And then the super hot clip played. Oh! Some shades came down onto the robot. This is the catapult deck. This is where we took in the two of you earlier. You saved us with the fork arm. Thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you hit him with one of those. Not at all. We would have to help each other out in times of need. I'm really sorry about your ship, though. We had to throw it out because it was badly damaged. We just threw it out. That's not a problem. It wasn't ours to begin with. Oh, really? Yes, we borrowed it in order to escape. You are amazing. I can't believe you actually caught our small ship using that arm. I just happened to have some practice operating a crane on the previous ship I was on. Wow, would this dialogue be different if we didn't play the drill game? That really helped out, but it was mostly luck. That's so funny. Hee hee. The answer to what he said is, yes, I can. My painting skills are top tier. What a toxic positive response. That's so funny. Ooh, an email. This is a notification about the investment trust service Fund, offered by Sugiyama Securities. Huh? Our investment professionals have selected what we feel are the best investments, and we would like to inform you of our recommendations. Customers may choose freely among many investment choices. Customers, however, must choose a single corporation when making an investment. Okay, I see where this is going. So companies are going to pay dividends in the form of items, and you can also expect discounted sales. So we're going to have to choose a company to pledge our loyalty to, just like in 10.2, except we didn't do it in 10.2. Okay, so ACM. Key figures who started Vector moved on to established ACM. Advanced Cluster Machines. Their machine cluster surpasses the practical performance of Vector's. Same kind of products that the Hyams Heavy Industries does sales for. Being used to develop eggs. Next generation machine to succeed the Beta 9000 GX is currently under development. Okay, so that sounds related to eggs. Mercedes Technologies. Okay, they had their start at a university. The beginning of what they are today started with financing they received from Vector. DCRG is famous for building middleware technology, which allows imaginary machines to share information through mutual applications. Best-selling product was born as a result from this time. OB Tech is used by over 1,000 industries around the universe, although its architecture is different from the UMN. Okay, I don't really understand what their focus is. And then Vector. Vector is an independent spin-off of Vector Industries. Oh, Vector.com specifically. Okay. Largest company we are recommending. Computer company with a wide variety of products from small handhelds to imaginary machine clusters. One point worth mentioning also is that Vector.com has a 63% market share of Porter sales. Currently, Vector.com has a partnership with VentureLink. They're developing software to control the Rigel particle accelerator. We have no idea what that is. The amount of your investment will be the same amount regardless of the corporation chosen. Okay, so 2,000 G. So we have to choose one of these three companies to invest in. Any email we receive after a specific period of time will not be accepted. We have to choose right now. Okay, let's read these distillations here. Dr. Andreas, member of the team who established the fundamental theory behind imaginary machines. Okay. Computers based on old architecture have valuable information. In order to conserve and keep costs down, a messaging product like that of the OB Tech will be an indispensable technology. Okay. Middleware. That makes sense. If the results of the joint undertaking with VentureLink is a success, I believe it will be beneficial to me personally as well. I'm guessing that... So the previous side quest that we took on, we had to make a three-way choice like this. And it felt like with that one, there was one right answer that would get us a reward. Or maybe like a 3-tiered reward where like best reward, next level reward, and then maybe nothing. Or maybe just one right answer and 2 wrong answers. This one feels more like you will get something regardless of which one you choose. You're just going to get something different. The second one feels like you're definitely going to get something, and it's definitely going to be the smallest possible thing. And then the third one feels more like this may work, and if it does, it's going to be a big payoff. And then the top one feels like it's kind of in between. Like, this one will probably pay off, and it might be something a little bit bigger. So I feel less stressed out about this decision than the last one, but it still feels really important. I'm leaning towards 1 or 2, because like something about investing in another arm of Vector seems weird. Like, we are already working for Vector. I would assume that we have the best Vector has to offer as head of the First Division research team. Maybe that's short-sighted. Vector could also end up being like the bad guys. I don't know. We don't know anything about these other two organizations, though. We just heard about them for the first time. I'm leaning towards the Mercedes one, though, because I like the idea of just getting, like, really, like, ground-level, rudimentary technology. Like, you know, even if it's just, like, a steady stream of, like, refills of consumable items, that sounds really good. Like, this feels like the S&P 500 of the three stock choices. And the first one seems cool, but I feel like I have less of an understanding of what I stand to gain here. The team, like, this one seemed more related to eggs, and I'm not super interested in the eggs at this time. That could change later, but yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go with Mercedes. There we go. It's done. So I'm gonna write down. Chose to invest in Mercedes. For the stock email. So as I predicted with the other side quest where we had to make a decision, we didn't find out the result right away. And this one's probably going to be the same way, where it's going to be a while before we find the results of that decision, because we're investing in something and waiting for it to pay off. Yeah, I see what you're getting at, Vamasi, and I feel the same way. I feel like sometimes I put even like an unrealistic standard on some games. Like, I've talked about this a lot before during different playthroughs. Like, I've played so many RPGs that my expectations for a lot of things are often set really high for like quality of life features and certain like telegraphing of elements and things like that. And so the result is a lot of like really impossible goalposts for certain games, because it's easier to see how things could be. And I agree that I would love, like, I'm always the type of person that wants the most oversaturated telegraphing of literally everything. And some people might misinterpret that as like hand holding, and like nothing left up to the imagination, but that's not what I mean. You know, like I know exactly what you mean when you're talking about a game making it very clear what is side content and what is story content. I personally don't enjoy when those lines are blurred. It causes me to get a little bit overwhelmed. So when a game goes out of its way to be like, this is a side mission, and then maybe on top of that, you will not be able to do this if you go beyond certain point. I love that kind of stuff. Some people, that takes them out of the experience. But I live for that kind of stuff because it helps keep me on the rails and know what's next, in a sense of what's required, and you know, what I need to do before I go to that point, if I want to do optional stuff, all that kind of thing. So yeah, we're on the same page there. There's also a very delicate balance of like hiding world building and character development in side content. You have to be very careful about that. We just saw a completely horrible example of it, in my opinion, in Final Fantasy X-2, where the only way to get the full story and experience is to 100% the game. And because it has this non-linear structure, you get all of these story events in like a random order, and you're kind of like just doomed to have a jumbled experience. Like the whole thing is inevitably jumbled, and it's nice to have a more clear line between those things. But even if you're going to have that, you know, if you're going to have character development and world building locked behind side content that's optional and, more importantly, missable, you have to be careful with how much value you give that. You know, it's a delicate balance. You want the side content to feel worthwhile, but you don't want it to be so worthwhile that your main experience suffers because you missed it, because you didn't know it was there, or you chose not to do it, or you didn't do it within a certain time window. It's part of the art of making a video game, absolutely. I'm just making another quick save here to commit to our stock side quest for the heck of it. I could shop for items here. Might be smart. I thought the robot was the shop, but this guy's the shop. We did use a decent number of items, but not that many. I probably should buy some more ether packs, though. 3 is not nearly enough. So we'll buy 10 of those. We don't have that much money, though, so let's take another look at the armor as well, now that we have Ziggy and Momo in the party. So the equipment screen here, or the shop screen, doesn't tell you whether or not something is an upgrade. You have to just know that for yourself. So I have to come in here and look at who can wear what. So we need to see what the defense rating on Momo's armor is. And I'm not super worried about these accessories for Ziggy. So let's take a quick look at that. I'm going to open a prediction. We don't have an ad for a couple more moments, or a couple more minutes, but just while I'm thinking about it, since we haven't done one in a while. Mario versus Kirby is going to happen during the ad break. You have 2 minutes to make a wager if you want to throw some points in the pot. The current score is 1-0 for Mario, but that doesn't really tell us a whole lot. I don't think that gives Mario too much favor at the moment, but play the odds how you will. Let's see here. Okay, so she's wearing the metalware. So yeah, there's no indicator when we highlight metalware in the shop menu that this is what she's currently wearing. It just says that she can wear it. So that's a little bit rough. So she would benefit from the upgraded armor. And being that we don't know if the party's going to be split up again, I do think it's worth getting everybody equipped as best as they can. So we're going to buy one more fiber suit. I kind of want to buy these cards. I read the whole tutorial for the card game, and it seems really good. But we haven't actually played it yet. Alright, I bought the starter deck and 2 boosters. And I guess I'll save again. I'll just save to the same slot. I wonder how many save files we're going to have room for on this memory card. 26 is already more than I would have expected. Okay. Now we're going to progress. We're going to progress. So I got to walk into cabin number 2, and say I'm ready to go to bed, and then we'll run the ad right there because the prediction is ticked down, and we're probably going to get thrown into a cutscene where I'm going to have to write more. So I want to be ready. All right, so we're going to run the ad right here. You're going to see Smash Bros. If you're not stuck behind Twitch ads. But if you are stuck behind Twitch ads, thank you for incrementally supporting the stream. If you're not seeing the ads, either congratulations on your luck or thank you for being subbed. Reminder that we will be streaming on Sunday, special stream Sunday. The lady will join me. We'll continue our co-op playthrough of Grim Fandango. We do cozy point and clicks whenever we meet the sub goal, and y'all met the sub goal. Thank you so much. This will get reset next week, and the next time we hit 25, we'll do another one. You can also unlock those bonus streams by blacking out the spin wheel. And you can also commission them on Ko-fi if you really, really want to support, along with a bunch of other fun stuff. I'm going to run this ad. I'll be back in about 3 minutes after I grab a snack. Thanks for being here, folks.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Mario.
All right, I'm back. Snack time was glorious. Mario wins again. Wait. Oh, I see. So they both fell off 3 times, but Mario had more KOs. Beep. So that'll make it 2-0 for Mario. The Kirby levers were not feeling strong. The tiniest of payouts for the Mario believers. Give me a moment to get the scores updated here and finish chewing up my protein bar. Two. You clicked Mario by accident. I've never been so disappointed to win. Okay. Yum, 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 yum. There we go. Last bite. I made the bars kind of big this time. Takes a little bit longer to eat one. So good though, man. Finally figured out the right ratio. All right, we're back. Oh yeah, Sumi. All right, we're going to sleep. Whoa. Would you like to save? Oh, there it is. Hey, Jer. What timing? Thanks for lurking. This was so unexpected. We saved right before this. So it's kind of weird that we're being given another save, but I guess I'll take it. We'll save in slot 27 here. Another one of these, like, disc change looking screens. This type of a screen makes more sense when you've watched, like, 5 cutscenes and then you're about to watch 5 more. But it seems kind of weird since we were in a free roaming section right before this where we were able to do our own save. Respite. The respite aboard the Elsa. Yeah, I don't make them from scratch, Vamasi. Don't give me too much credit. Kodiak Cakes makes a box of mix that you can buy, and then you make protein bars from that mix. It's really great, though. It's like oats and chocolate chips and, some other ingredients, sugar probably. And then you add in all the wet ingredients. So you add in whatever nut butter of your choosing, and then any liquid sweetener of your choosing. So, you could do agave or honey, depending on your preference. You could make your own sugar syrup if you wanted. And then you add a little bit of water. And the ratio that's on the back of the box that it tells you to use doesn't work well for my tastes or the nut butter that I use. I can't eat peanut butter, and my substitute of choice is sun butter made from sunflower seeds. And I guess there's like a little bit less oil in it than peanut butter, so maybe that makes a difference. So I have to use I use a little bit more of the nut butter, the water, and the sweetener, liquid sweetener, to get the mix to the right consistency that I like. If I use exactly what it says on the box, I can still make the bars, but they come out a little less uniform and a little dry. So I've been like tinkering with the ratios the last couple times that I've made them, and I finally got it to where I want it. But yeah, if you're making those Kodiak Cakes bars, hit me up because I know all the tricks. The box of the mix advertises that you would make them as balls, which I did for a long time, but it's so much more time consuming and messy and harder to store. So like you'd make a big bowl, you put everything in a bowl, you mix it up, and then you just have a big glob, right? And then you would like, scoop with your hand or like a cookie scoop or whatever and make all these little balls and put them on like a cookie sheet, and then you stick them in the fridge to have them like kind of cure a little bit, and then you can put them in like a Tupperware or whatever. Well, I did that for a long time and that was great, but it's incredibly messy on your hands. So you either have to like wear gloves, like food service gloves, or just get your hands incredibly sticky. But then I realized, well, I could just make the big glob in the bowl and then put that on a piece of parchment paper, and then I could put another piece of parchment paper on top of it and then use a rolling pin to just roll it into a sheet. And then I could just push the big sheet of protein goo into like a 13 by 9 casserole dish and kind of form it into the square rectangle shape of the casserole dish, and then cut it, and then they're like little bars instead of balls, which didn't get my hands messy at all, for one, and it just is an easier form factor to like store. I can just put the 13 by 9 in the fridge with a lid on it instead of having to find some container that can hold like 16 of these balls that are really tall and hard to store, and that ends up being like a weird like bowl shaped container that takes up a big footprint in the fridge that's not easy to work around, or a bunch of like little containers, which is also really annoying, and they stick together because the substance is kind of sticky. But when they're like these bars, they're all just in a flat layer laying next to each other. So they're not like sitting on top of each other where you gotta like, so it just works out so much better. And then I got it even better, more dialed in, where instead of doing the 2 sheets of the parchment paper and the rolling pin, I don't even have to do the rolling pin anymore. I just make the big glob. I put the parchment paper in the casserole dish, put the glob in there, and then take the second sheet of the parchment paper and put it over the top, and then you can just kind of like press it into place with your hands, and just kind of form it into the rectangle. Don't even have to get the rolling pin involved. So the whole process is so much more streamlined and faster than it once was. But it's really good stuff. They're very tasty. They make one that doesn't have chocolate in it too, by the way, if you are not a chocolate chip person. I think they make another one that's like cinnamon snickerdoodle kind of flavored. I should probably try that one at some point just for variety. But the Chalky Chip one is great. Oh, you would add avocado oil. Interesting. Yeah, I guess you could try that. You could make it with the suggested ratios and then just try adding like a splash of edible oil. But depending on your dietary preferences, you might not want to be adding oil to stuff. Some people probably wouldn't want to do that because they're trying to like cut out oils. Some people are very misinformed and weird about that too, but that's kind of a whole can of worms that I'm not going to get into. But yeah, I found that just increasing the amounts of the 3 added ingredients by a little bit each got it to where I wanted it to be. And it's very tasty. Okay, back to the game. Probably cutscene time.
It was very dark, and the wind howled horribly around her.
Oh, hey, it's the other Outlaw Star voice.
She felt as if she were being rocked gently like a baby in a cradle. Huh. All's quiet after the storm. There's no trace of anything. Over.
Cool ship. I guess that's an eggs. Looks a lot bigger though.
Does that lake of darkness where Nero does his fishing look something like this?
Fishing?
You're quite the poet today, little master.
Wait, is that Wilhelm?
This stuff, huh?
Read some books, Mary. It's good for you.
Books are made from paper, little master. And they're such a pain to carry around.
Paper and stone tablets last longer than optical data, you know. Besides, reading a book helps me get to sleep. How's the sensor readout? Anything showing up?
Nothing at all.
It's as if even the atoms are at rest.
Why do these ladies look like Pokemon gym leaders? Okay, hold on. Let me write something down here. So Alone, Eggs pilot is surveying space. Could be Master Wilhelm. But I don't think so. Because that Master Wilhelm spoke the first time we saw him, and I don't think Master Wilhelm had that voice, or I would have recognized it immediately because I know that voice actor as Jim Hawkins from Outlaw Star. Okay, so sorry, back to what I was writing. Sounds different. They are referred to as Master. Or I should say Little Master. So maybe this is like the child of Master Wilhelm. Little Master. There are 2 women assisting them aboard a larger ship. The blonde one is Mary. Okay, continuing on.
Not even gas or dust? If it was a giant flare, it should have at least left behind some high-energy particles. How could that be? An entire planet was here just a little while ago.
Oh. So they're looking for that planet that we saw disappear.
Retrieving Little Master. Open cargo bay 6.
Little Master.
Opening cargo bay 6.
That's what I'm going to start calling Backlog Baby. Oh, look at all these little Momos. That's probably not a coincidence.
Let's go! Keep up the pace, everyone. We still got work to do.
The energy aboard this ship is really bizarre. That looks like the same outfit that Wilhelm had on, too.
Hey, welcome back, Little Master.
Yo!
Ariadne's completely vanished.
Ariadne.
It seemed like it was destroyed. It's almost as if someone is hiding it somewhere.
Hiding it? Where would that be?
Who knows?
Why does she talk like that?
The best way to find out would be to ask the person who's hiding it. Shelley?
It's very slight, but I'm getting a reaction from the primer. No question about it.
Some kids playing with matches, maybe? What happened to that fleet anyway?
We haven't heard anything since we picked up that distress signal 6 hours ago.
Gnosis, huh? They must have been totally wiped out.
Not necessarily. When the little ones play with fire, you know their folks can't be too far behind.
Oh, I get it. So you reckon that the mom is gonna show up soon?
Exactly. Change course. Proceed to the last known coordinates of the Federation fleet.
Okay. Cool ship. Very Outlaw Star ship. Okay, hold on. Speaking of Outlaw Star, there's Gene Starwin's VA doing his really. I guess he's like trying to do budget Steve Bloom Okay, so Little Master suggests that Ariadne wasn't destroyed, but is rather being hidden. It seems they suspect Gnosis and choose to change course to the wreckage site from the Woglinde. I still haven't decided how I can better split up my orange marker category. I've had a bunch of different thoughts. I could do like ships, or yeah, I don't know. It's hard to decide. I need to sit down with it sometime off stream and not try to think of it while I'm doing other stuff. Okay, we're caught up. Oh, I forgot to turn the cam on, sorry. If I ever forget to turn this camera on while I'm writing and you want to see it, just type !notes in the chat. And if I ever accidentally leave it up while a cutscene is playing or I'm playing the game, you can type !notes to make it go away.
He was just a relic from an age gone by. In regards to the information leak,
That's probably about Ziggy. So wait, that's a member of the SOCE. So he must be corrupt. Okay, hold on. Hold on. A member of the SOCE is talking to Margulis. I don't think we know this guy's name. If we do, I didn't write it down. He's talking to Margulis about an information leak. Now, this is interesting because this implies that Margulis doesn't know that this guy is on the SOCE. Because we saw the whole SOCE talking about this base at Pleroma, and they knew that that's where Momo was, and they sent Ziggy there to retrieve her. So now this guy is like lying to Margulis and being like, yeah, we're trying to figure out how they figured it out, but like he seems to be the link between the two. So like who, you know, like who is having the wool pulled over their eyes? Is it Margulis or is it the SOCE? Him saying that to Margulis kind of makes it seem like he's playing Margulis, but it doesn't make sense why he would. So, okay, continuing on. How do I parse this down for my notes? I guess maybe I should just let him continue and maybe I'll understand more. I'll catch up on chat in a minute.
It's inevitable. There will always be vermin. I'll leave their extermination to you.
Very well. So, do you really think they will show up?
Oh, they'll come.
Or maybe, okay, maybe he is a mole in the SOCE for Margulis, and he just had to go along with the rest of the SOCE, finding out about Pleroma to maintain his cover. And he wasn't the one that told them about it. That's probably what's going on. He's like, hey, I got to figure out which one of these other SOCE folks figured out that you were there. You know, it wasn't me, kind of thing. So, okay. He seems to be a mole for Margulis. And will be investigating his fellow SOCE members. So wouldn't the obvious choice be Dr. Mizrahi? Why wouldn't that be the first assumption?
After all, that's the reason for their existence. It also happens to be Miltia's Achilles' heel.
Oh.
I'll handle the negotiations with the military. I leave the rest to you.
Commander?
Oh, that's right.
Cherenkov. What is it?
The Zohar was taken by the Gnosis. But I managed to secure the 100 series Realian.
No, you didn't.
It's currently on board a cargo ship, headed for the Miltian star system.
You suck, Cherenkov.
I believe it is the same one you had secured on Priloma. What do you...
Just stick to your duties.
What?
Don't do anything beyond the scope of your mission. We've already confirmed all the variables. The situation is proceeding according to plan.
But sir...
Return to headquarters at once. I'll deal with you then.
What is his headquarters?
Get the registration of the ship that signal came from. Track Cherenkov's marker.
Yes, sir.
You just love barking out those orders, don't you, Margulis? Show a little love to your dogs, or else they might bite you one day.
Very true.
The prototype belongs to me. I've grown bored with these Kirschwassers.
What is that? That's a database word.
I think I'm more likely to succeed than your dogs. Ah, yes. Feed me your hostility. Pierce me with your hatred.
No, wait.
Don't worry. I won't get in your way. We're working toward the same goal, right? My adorable little Pesh.
Ugh.
Is it wise to leave this matter to him?
I'm not leaving anything to him. He has his uses, that's all.
Kind of doesn't seem like you're in control of him, Margulis. And it seems like she knows that. Okay, hold on. I want to get some finer details there before the scene change. Margulis acts like he's in charge, but we get a different impression. From the way the silver-haired man carries himself. Pellegrini seems to notice that Margulis is afraid / uncomfortable with him, and acting tough. 4-0! Pops is 4-0, everybody. Incredible. Let me catch up on chat really quick before we move on to... Johnny Young Bosch was one of the original Power Rangers. Forgot about that. What command do I type if I just want a close-up on the Bionicle? Amazing. How many pages am I at for notes total? I don't know. I'd have to hand count. I don't number them. That would take me a little bit of time to do. But we're probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 20. We're well on pace to exceed the number of notes for tactics, I think. All right, continuing on. That ship is so Outlaw Star-coded, it's insane.
This ship's been gutted down to the core. Looks like a carcass of a beached whale.
It's not much better up here. There's no sign of life at all. Just a bunch of egg scrap.
Figures. It's like diving into shark-infested waters with a big juicy steak.
Who's the other eggs pilot?
Bingo! I found the remains of a Zohar security ring. I guess this is where they were storing it. Shelly, set the sequencing primer.
Roger.
Maybe it's Mary.
Primer walking. Analyzing gate and wake.
If they're already out of range, we're out of luck. Let's hope they're still hanging around nearby.
I can't believe you're hoping those things are still here. Aren't you scared, little master?
Heck, there are plenty of things in this world scarier than the Gnosis. So, how is it? Have they already gone over to the other side?
Just hold your horses there, little master. I'm in the middle of analyzing.
What is it?
Emergency alert! Looks like someone got here before us. It appears we're completely surrounded.
Using short jumps, eh? That's pretty clever.
That was so weird. Okay, so there's more of this auto tech. Cue that song from The Matrix. Durandal, great name. Okay, so some UTIC, auto tech. All right, is this gonna be an auto battle? No. All right, hold on. Some UTIC, auto tech, ambush them using short jumps. Little Master sends Mary. I feel like the two women crew members' names being Mary and Shelley is not a coincidence. Shelley is even spelled the right way. Mary Shelley is the author of Frankenstein. Sends Mary back to their ship Durandal. Or he said it Durandal. But yeah, maybe I'll use the purple marker for ships going forward. It still doesn't... I still feel like I need one more color, because there's just so much in the orange category right now. Like, everything that's not a person or a place. Or an item. So it's like organizations, concepts, ships. It's a lot. I guess I could also maybe switch to writing the names of ships in the same color as, like, planets, because they're also locations. I don't know. So we're now playing as the Little Master, who has 800 HP, which is, as far as we know, not allowed. Look how small these little guys are compared to him. Everything does 0 damage. I think these things have about 150 HP. I like their little steppies. They are doing damage to me now, though. I wonder what would happen if you, like, tried your hardest to die in this battle. Just for the heck of it. Would you just get a game over, or, you know? Most likely, right? Okay, so this character's name is Junior. We heard a reference to this in the database. It's weird that this is the screen where we're getting confirmation of that. This also further cements my theory that he's the son of Master Wilhelm. Junior. Junior. Where's Breck? We have so much of that scrap iron. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Maybe I'm supposed to just be selling it. Oh. Is that a Gnosis ship or a Utic ship?
What's the situation? It's a standard attack vessel. Unknown registration. All weapons are at condition zebra. Interlocks removed. Awaiting orders, sir.
That is quite the ship. Oh boy.
These guys just don't let up, do they? Activate all shields.
Incoming. Second wave of attacks. 10 seconds to impact.
All 100 series. Sub-channel into the high-velocity cannon system.
Connection to high-velocity cannon system complete.
Enemy photon torpedo on the port side. Impact imminent. The shield is still holding.
Man, all we were doing was investigating the scene. You'd think they could just leave us alone. Match course and speed.
Course and speed modified. ready to fire.
Ooh.
Take this.
Look at that, little master. They're already starting to flame.
Why does she talk like Harley Quinn?
The ship has begun its retreat.
It'd be nice if we could just let her go. But we can't do that, can we? Shelly, give him a little nudge.
And when he says a little nudge, you know what that means.
Set engines to ramming speed. Penetrate the port side and prepare for combat.
Oof.
Our objective is the enemy mainframe. Utilize all available terminals and counter any protective measures. Once inside, engage all hostiles. All hands, move out. Well, shall we head for the bridge, little master? Ready?
All right, let's get this over with and go home.
Okay. So, okay, this is really interesting. So, Momo was kind of set up in our minds as this, like, one of one, super important, incredibly unique character that was going to be, you know, like a bit of a MacGuffin and a pawn in the story that everybody would want a piece of or possession of for like different reasons. And she still might be that, but we've now seen in these last couple of scenes that there are a lot of 100 series Realians, and maybe she was the first one and she was the prototype, but there's now no reason to harbor beliefs that prototype implies that they aren't mass produced yet, because this ship has an entire crew of them, and then the silver-haired guy had one as well. So it's almost now being presented like 100 series Realians are like... There's a lot of analogies I could use here. It's kind of like a protocol droid in Star Wars, but it's more than that. It's almost more like... It's like... It's almost more like a really, really culturally outdated example that I don't want to say. Where like a person who is either like extremely wealthy or high status has one in order to have it interface with their ship or their eggs to protect them from Gnosis, most primarily, probably, and to do a little bit of other things. Because the silver-haired guy is probably some extremely wealthy, connected type of person. You know, we're getting seedy underworld from them. And then this person, who we have a lot of reasons to believe is the son of Master Wilhelm, who appeared to be, you know, the producer of The Truman Show, pulling the strings in the sky. Obviously, they're going to have a lot of means and money to have a bunch of 100 series Realians. And then Momo is the only other one that we've seen. So it would make sense that more like regular people Even the likes of the military and Vector, or even the SOCE would see a 100 series Realian as this more rare, sought after thing. Because JR's ship also appears to have like an army of Realians who are just snapping into action here. So very, very interesting implications here with the 100 series. Now, Momo still probably has this like Y data or whatever that important data is on her hard drive or whatever that these other 100 series wouldn't have, and that makes her special. But it still definitely changes our perspective a lot on what a 100 series is, and it confirms that prototype does not mean only one, as it sometimes does. It just means that she's probably the first one or the oldest one. What else was I thinking about? So whatever JR's power was to operate the weapon system of the Durandal was pretty intense. We've never seen anything like that before, except for Chaos's ability to interact with the Gnosis. It was very similar to that. So there could be something there. I have no idea what to think of Mary and Shelley. They seem human, and JR also seems human, but this game has done well to, I guess, sow doubt with just about anybody that's not like a regular idiot like, you know, Matthews or Hammer. We can't look at the UMN right now. I know there's a bunch of new stuff to read. A cowboy hat. Also, I realize now the reason why JR had, or not JR, Junior. The reason why Junior had 800 health was because he was in an eggs. He's not breaking the rules. What an outfit. And then we have just this nondescript soldier in our party, which is fascinating. Okay, so now we're on board this presumably Utic ship. And we're gonna, like, destroy them because they attacked us, instead of just letting them escape and get away, which is pretty wild. Let's immediately drop a save. We'll probably learn the name of the ship. Let's see. Oh, this says the Durandal. Okay, so we're still on the Durandal. What do these guys say? The enemy forces seem to be fairly tough. Multiple eggs have also been dispatched. Please be careful. Little Master, all teams have been deployed. We'll secure their route of retreat. I will defend the path of retreat with my life. Give them hell, sir. I don't know, if it was me, I would really not like people calling me Junior and Little Master all the time. What the heck? Why did he just do that? Our main objective is to hack into the mainframe of the Utic ship. I tried to walk towards that door and he just auto-walked to the center of the room and sat down. That was really strange. I knew I was supposed to go this way, but I just wanted to walk the perimeter of the room. Please be careful, Little Master. Itterashai. Is this a door? Yeah, that's a door. Something hidden under the stairs? Whoa, I went all the way around. Wasn't expecting that. Oh. That's a Utic soldier crushed by that thing. Okay, so that kind of confirms. Does it say the name of the ship now? Oh, it doesn't show my location on this screen. I like RPGs that do that. It's okay if they don't, but I like when they do. Little Master, your goal is the ship's bridge. The layout of this ship is rather unique, so its location is currently unknown. The other units have been dispatched to get control of the enemy forces. We'll take care of things here, so please go after the rest. The enemy's defensive line seems to be located down this corridor and to the right. It's possible that multiple enemies have set up an ambush. Please watch your 6. I believe you'll be able to get past easily if you avoid unnecessary battles. As they say, a wise man never courts danger. Please do not recklessly fire your gun or poke around suspicious locations. Talking to yourself will not change the situation. Let us hurry on. May I ask you one thing, Little Master? Do you ever get scared before a fight? I feel like this guy would say no way, so I'm going to say no way. You're definitely not like me, Little Master. I run the moment I get scared. Just earlier, I charged ahead of you and confronted the enemy in front of door number 3. But then, come to think of it, they seemed rather panicked. They were saying they had to close it quickly, or the bridge, or something like that. Door number 3 is definitely worth checking. According to the recon data from the lead squadron, some areas are booby-trapped. Please be careful. Okay, so this is laying the groundwork for there being a bunch of, like, little offshoot paths and hidden items and rewards and stuff. So, not that we wouldn't have anyways, but we're going to explore every nook and cranny of this ship. And hopefully not accidentally walk into the bridge. We're going to destroy every destructible item. Not necessarily going to try to fight every single enemy, but I'm assuming this will trigger an encounter. Oh, that's the generator. Very cool. Okay. I was wondering, because it doesn't look like we can get around these. And this may be important to set up like a retreat path, where we'll have to run back through here later, and we'll be glad that they're destroyed. And I get the impression... Oh! There was a man inside that wall console. Of course. Oh, they're in eggs. So the soldier can't get out of the eggs. Southpaw. I think these guys have 100 HP. And Mary can't get out of her eggs either. Interesting. Whoo! So Junior just has 2 guns. Interesting. Oh, I guess they have a little more than 100 HP. Or this guy's a different unit type. Do, 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 do. I know you're being silly, Shane, but that actually reminds me of what I was in the middle of saying. I feel like we're probably not going to play as Junior or Mary for a long time after this, if ever again, so I'm definitely not going to use like any like tech points, ether points, skill points on them. If the game proves me wrong, obviously I can later, but I'm not going to use it now. Nice. Is this openable? No. They're giving us a lot of them, though. Oh. That was cool. I didn't realize that it wasn't a cutscene for a second, and then I didn't have enough time to react. Yeah. I like how Mary's tech windows are pink and everyone else's are blue. Medkits. Oh, that was just one guy. What an idiot. I guess if I would have walked, I might not have triggered him, but whatever. These aren't that big of a deal. Especially since my eggs weapons aren't using ammo. I guess they do have 100 HP. But I swear that other one took more than 100 damage to kill. Oh, that gun reminds me of the Die Hard arcade game. Such a specific memory. Big square rocket launcher thing. The Die Hard arcade game was so cool. Still one of my favorite arcade games of all time. I don't think it was the first game to have like time-based quick time event, like reaction time type things like that. But it was definitely the first game I ever saw that had them. And it was the only game I knew that had them for a very long time. But that definitely wasn't a term until way later. Because this is a game that I would have seen and played in like 1997, 1996, you know, very, very early on. And I didn't hear the term quick time event until probably 2008, 8, 9, 10, somewhere in there, I want to say. I don't know when exactly that was coined. Probably before that, but yeah, Die Hard arcade game. Really cool. Okay, so we need a key card slot to boot up the door, and then we can operate the door. So does the dead guy have the key card? Huh? So, this is the location I heard about. Attacked in such a confined area where all the corridors meet. What? They might have been a bit overconfident. That was so weird. None of these guys has the key? Okay, that was such a weird scene. Cure-All and Biosphere are such odd names for what they are. Oh, little master, you aren't hurt, are you? We were attacked when the door closed suddenly. My carelessness resulted in our men being wounded. I'm sorry. But we were saved when door number 4 opened. I think we got away without heavy casualties. Little master, it is believed some of our forces have gone further up ahead. Please tell them to fall back if the situation gets worse. Door number 3 was open, but it started to close suddenly, so we scrambled to get inside. That's when they ambushed us. Most of the shots missed me, but he took quite a number of hits when he was in the front. Thankfully, I think he will be okay, since none of his vitals were hit. When door number 3 closed, doors number 4 and 5 began to close too. Some of our allies rushed back out, but I wonder if they made it out okay. We're fine. Leave this place to us. Please hurry on ahead, little master. This kid totally seems like the kind of kid that would be like, stop calling me that. This is a cool little room. Little gamer battle station here. Can I sleep? No. But I can save. Now we can figure out the location of, or the name of this ship, most likely. I don't think we're on the Pleroma. But I was trying to figure out if this was a Utic ship or a Gnosis ship initially. But seeing Utic guys on the ship makes me think that it's probably not Gnosis. Utic BS. Okay. Don't know what that's supposed to mean. Probably just battleship. But it could be something else. Crew quarters. Okay. So many save files. Yeah, it's weird that we haven't overwritten a single save. I mean, I guess we have used the same slot a couple of times, but that's a little bit different. So this is door number 5. When the first guy was talking about door number 3, he was making me think of like a game show. Definitely door number 3. Go for door number 3, little master. Getting good vibes from door number 3. The people at home are cheering for door number 3. Oh, that's not good. Okay. They got me on that one. Oh, there's a sentry bot, too. Well, we'll save that for Mary. Mary does a ton of damage. JR can take out Rocket Guy. Or Junior. I don't know why I keep calling him JR. This guy should be able to take out this other one. Yeah. Oh, you summon little ads. Dang it. So the characters who have ground-based melee attacks wouldn't have been able to attack the little sentry bot with the square attacks and would have to use triangle, but he can since he has guns. That's pretty cool. Oh, even the eggs can attack this thing. That's kind of funny. Even though, I guess because it's a ground-based melee weapon, but, you know, theoretically, it could still do it. Okay, I guess we have to just destroy the center thing first, because it's just generating more and more sentries every time we shoot it. Let's try some ether attacks with Junior. Please die. Okay, cool. And then they all just die together. Perfect. Alright, I need to run an ad. Last ad break of the day. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Don't quite have time for a prediction, so I'm not going to do that. Let me just go into the menu here just in case. And we'll be back in about 3 minutes, folks. Thanks for being here. If I don't see you before the end of the stream, I will be streaming this again same time tomorrow. Be back in a few.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Tommy.
Kirby's on the board. It can be done. Looks like that one went to sudden death as well, so we may have a pretty close matchup on our hands. The last one went to sudden death as well. This is kind of what I've been hoping for. I've kind of been hoping that some interesting relationships between characters would form throughout this process, where like one character's really high ranked and beats everybody, and the other character is low ranked and loses to everybody, but when you put them together, the low ranked character is like a perfect foil to the high ranked character, you know? You would kind of hope that they would imagine balancing like that when making this game. And we all know how detail-oriented Sakurai is. Talk about a thoughtful game designer. Alright, so 2-1. Scores are updated. And we're back. It's so beautifully simple too. Like, the reason why Masahiro Sakurai is a great game designer is because he's a gamer. He plays lots of video games, so he thinks like a person who plays video games. And that's the reason, that's the same reason why so many of us will play a bunch of games like in a series or in a genre, and it's just so obvious to us how they could be better, right? But for some people that only design games and either don't have time to play them or just choose not to play them, they don't have that perspective. And it works the same way with lots of other creative fields too. Like art or music or whatever. You know, if you engage with certain types of media in the other direction too much and not the other, you lose some of that insight that you might otherwise have. Obviously, there's other reasons why Sakurai is a great game designer, but I feel like that's at the core of it. The reason why he so thoughtfully designs his games and seems to think of everything that, you know, a person playing the game might think of as a cool feature or idea, it's because that's him. He's him. Should we become game designers? I would love to work on a video game, especially from like a non-programming standpoint, because that's like so the opposite of my brain. But yeah, it's kind of like a dream of mine to either write music for or scenario content for a video game. I know I would excel at it. I don't know if the soldiers on the Utic ship are thoroughly prepared or cowardly, but they set up ambushes and hide behind things. We've had a lot of unexpected encounters. Don't let your guard down, little master. How did they get in here without getting ambushed? Or at all? Man, this guy's giving me a headache. This soldier knows the location of the key card, but he refuses to talk. If he still will not talk after asking him calmly, then I suppose we have no choice but to use physical force on him. But before we try that, may I try questioning him in a way that is easy for him to understand? Yes. Hey! You keep this up and my famous Iron Fist is going to land a critical hit. I won't tell anyone else. Come on, spill your guts before you get hurt. Card number 3? Who knows? Oh, it gives me... Okay, what if I say no? Oh, he doesn't do anything. I got attacked the moment I entered the room. It was a good thing that this guy was weak, but please be careful when you enter a new area. It seems the Utic ship's bridge is beyond door number 3, but they closed it on us when we tried to charge in. It seems you need card number 3 to open it, but I don't know where it's located. Where's card number 3? He refuses to speak, even when I ask him in a normal tone. At times like this, it's important to ask wholeheartedly. Would you like me to ask him politely to make it easier for him to answer? These Realians are programmed to be so nice. Pardon me, but would you happen to know the location of card number 3? If possible. Only if it's possible, of course. But would you mind sharing this information with us? I'm sorry to trouble you like this. Don't know. Don't know. He may not be willing to talk, but it is important to have a heart when interrogating. Would you like me to ask him politely? That's so funny. So the Realians are like these super strong, like superhuman combat units, but they're also like absurdly polite. I love it so much. Every few years I buy RPG Maker, turn it on, get overwhelmed within 15 minutes, and turn it off and never use it again. Until the next RPG Maker comes out, and the hate cycle repeats. Yeah, that sounds oddly familiar, Shane. I know exactly what you mean. I've tried to get stuck into RPG Maker a couple of times too, and I just don't have the coding acumen. It's such a barrier for me. I would have to be in a more producer type role, where, you know, I would be the like annoying Miyamoto type person that's like, this is my idea, I want this, and then somebody else is like, well, that's impossible, there's no way we can do that. And then I would just be like, well, that's my idea, so you need to figure it out. That's what it is, you know. Wow, I'm getting pummeled here. I wish I knew how much health this thing had. Increase physical attack, increase ether. Revive when female character is behind? That's so specific. Weird. Boom, 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 boom. Do I want to heal or do I want to get into my eggs? I kind of want to just get into my eggs. But yeah, you have to be so dedicated to make RPG Maker happen. The things that I like, I can actually make something like RPG Maker work for me because it removes a lot of the coding acumen stuff that I don't have. And it's, you know, more UX friendly, where I can go in and be like, oh, okay, these are the skills, and I can change their names and what they do and what the animations look like. Like, I can do stuff like that. And I can even do, like, scenario stuff where it's like, okay, if you step on this tile, it triggers a switch, and the switch, you know, makes the conversation box happen, or it makes the treasure chest open, and it changes the treasure chest sprite from a closed box to an open box. Or, you know, talking to this character flips this invisible switch that allows you to get a different conversation option from other character in other area, you know, things like that. Like, I understand how all that works, and I can make things happen with it, but it's so time consuming. And, you know, unless I was being, like, paid, I just don't think I could do it. Oh, this is door number 11. We have the key for door number 11. So whenever we're able to do the simulation thing, we'll need to come in here and use the key. Can I look at that right now? What is it called? Segment file. So yeah, UTIC Battleship has door number 11. We've had the key for this for a while. Okay. I love that system of, like, finding these doors in all these different places, and then you can visit them later on, but it's in, like, a simulated environment so that it makes more sense with the story. It's really cool. Okay, this door doesn't have a little unit attached to it. This one needs a card. Okay. That was weird. Boy, they really snap to it, don't they? They must be underpaid. Oh, I forgot to heal him. Dang it. That's okay. These guys don't do that much damage. As long as they don't get in eggs. And we one-shot them all. We should be fine. These guys' uniforms are so unique. Who is this? This is Soldier. Dee-do, dee-da-do, be-da, bo-bo-be-ba. Goodbye. Okay, let me remember to heal this time. That's better. Also, it's interesting how strong Mary's eggs is, because her max health being 180 makes it seem like she would be really frail. So it's definitely good for her to stay in the eggs. Okay, here's door number 5. Cool. So I'm imagining we're probably going to go in reverse order. And door number 4 will be next, and 3 will be last. We got an eggs hanger here. It says, emergency, emergency, prepare for close quarter combat. I hope I don't have to fight any of these eggs. They're kind of scary. Yummy. Skill upgrade. Maybe tech points. It would be really bizarre. Oh, there's one. Never mind. Okay, so confirmation that the tech points balance does have a consumable item attached to it. Is he going to come all the way down here, or is he going to forget about me? Trying my sneaky. Oh yeah, here, there he is. That's fine. Totally worth it. Because yeah, the tech points so far seem the most valuable, just because they're used for 2 things rather than just 1. Also, being able to just directly upgrade your stats seems incredibly important. I guess I haven't paid attention to whether or not your stats go up on level up. That would be something to look for. I've taken that for granted. I assume that they do go up, and that using the points would just allow for additional increases. But it's possible that your stats don't go up at all unless you pay for it. His outfit is pretty nuts. He's got the, like, futuristic black coat cape thing. And then he's got these, like, green pants. He's got blue shoes. And then, like, a blue and yellow shirt. There's a lot going on with this kid's outfit. It's me. I go here.
I got no time for horses like you.
Oh yeah, the zip off pants that become shorts. Yeah, those were big for a little bit. I never had any. It was definitely one of those things where, like, the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, would I be cool if I had those? If so, I want them. And then I never really got the opportunity to get them, and then they weren't cool anymore.
Sayonara, baby.
Man, I want to watch Outlaw Star again. I was in the middle of rewatching it with my friend. But then I moved away. So I've been waiting for him to come down here and hang out with me so we can finish this video game that we started together like 10 years ago and finish watching Outlaw Star. Oh shoot, that's a waste. Whatever. We watched all of Claymore together. We finished Claymore, and then we started Outlaw Star. But it's been so long that we probably have to just start it over, which would be fine with me. But we're definitely not starting Rogue Galaxy over. We're almost done with it. We're so close to 100%ing Rogue Galaxy. You got your ear pierced at 13 because you thought it would look cool. Having to take it out every night and every time you had gym class was annoying, so you stopped wearing it. Yeah. It's hard work being beautiful, isn't it? I'm trying to remember if I had a short window where I wanted a piercing. I don't know that I did, though. I think I was too scared of it. I've definitely never wanted a tattoo. A UTIC card. That seems pretty important. Will disarm the electronic lock in corridor number 5. So I think it's just that one particular door that we went by and nothing else. What are we looking at here? T. Elos. Seems to be a part for some sort of robot. Oh, this could be foreshadowing a boss or something. Never seen Outlaw Star, but a buddy speaks very highly of it. It's amazing, Cheaty. I love it. It's not really, like, entirely comparable to Cowboy Bebop, but I do find them to be fairly similar in, like, aesthetics. And I strongly prefer Outlaw Star, personally. They both have different vibes, but they're both kind of the, like, space cowboy thing. And I think Cowboy Bebop is great, but I do think it is a little bit over-suggested and a little bit overrated. Like, it's great, but it's not, like, I don't think it's the best anime of all time. I think it's just a good anime. Maybe a great anime. But nobody talks about Outlaw Star, and I think Outlaw Star is also a great anime. And they both, like, ooze vibes. They both have, like, really, really strong vibes. And they're not exactly the same vibes. But I like the vibes of Outlaw Star a lot more. And it's a great dub. The kid we're playing as right now voices one of the two main characters in it. And then the voice actor of the other main character is also in this game, but he's doing a silly voice in this game. He sounds like he's trying to do Steve Bloom. Boy, these guys are so much less pesky with the eggs, thank goodness. You do want a tattoo? Oh wow, somebody offered you one for free. That's very rare. Oh, you want to get the FF13 LaCie brand. That's a really cool idea. That would probably look pretty solid as a tattoo. I'm surprised I've never thought of that before, actually. Not like for myself, but just like, oh, I bet there are people that would want this as a tattoo. Because that's literally what it is. It's a tattoo. Oh, that guy's gone. Where was that door? Oh, it's over here. I don't want to go in door number 3 yet. Oh lord, he coming. Alright, we're gonna have to fight this thing. So yeah, this is where our UTIC card is used. Maybe door number 4 is optional and this is gonna lead to it. And we have to make sure we do it before door number 3. Beat it and do. Well, as boring and annoying as this random soldier character is, I'm really glad that we have him with us, because it's making battles a lot easier. And these battles are pretty unavoidable, so having them sped up is nice. Whack. Yeah, see, some of these guys have like 150, but I don't know how to tell. Because they look and act exactly the same as the ones that have 100. But yeah, I have Outlaw Star on Blu-ray, and it's a really good Blu-ray. Like they must have gone back to the original film cells and actually re-photographed them all, because you can see so many little details, like all these little like film grains and like drawing marks and things like that. It's cool. It's really cool. One of the better Blu-rays that I've seen. Oh, nice. We got a key for coming in here. So, have we found door number 16 somewhere? We have. And that was on the Woglinde. That's right. It was one of the early ones. An egg? Don't make me beg. I might hurt my leg. Yeah, it is funny how when you say eggs, you're just saying eggs in a Midwest accent. Good, I used the UTIC card. The door is glitched. Wait, the door right here that I just went through, or the door that leads to the room where you get the key? God, it's so hard to get away from enemies. Oh, that door. The UTIC door. Interesting. What causes it to glitch? Like, if you talk to the keypad before the door, does it like not work? And I got lucky, or just sometimes it doesn't work, or... So I guess that would make the decoder 16 missable. That's spooky. Don't like that. I guess the rocket guys must have 150. That must be what it is. Bum, 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 bum. Scrap iron must be a sell item. We've picked up so many of those. Oh, that threw me off. Where was that save point? It's in here, right? The glitch is triggered by trying to use the UTIC card while exploring this dungeon in the UMN. Oh. So, wait a second. Hold on, let me see something. We still have it. I see. So the key isn't missable. Or wait, I guess the key is missable if you don't get it here. Because if you try to use it in the simulation, you can't get in there. Interesting. That sucks. Huh. Well, pays to explore, I guess. All right, well, this is where we're going to leave off for today, folks. So let me turn on some tunes here. Let me write down my last save. So tomorrow we'll be back at the same time with more Xenosaga. If you're not playing Silksong. And we're going to open up door number 3. That's what's in store for tomorrow. If we don't see you tomorrow, maybe we'll see you on Sunday for a sub goal bonus stream. Thank you again for sending in your subs and your support. I really, really appreciate it. It helps keep things going. It is my only source of income for the foreseeable future, so greatly appreciated. And we'll be playing some Grim Fandango on Sunday. The lady will join me. We'll pick up where we left off at our last playthrough, which was quite a while ago, some months ago, so we're excited to get back into it and get reacquainted. I don't think we were stuck when we left off, so that's good. That's what happened to us the last time we played. And then on Tuesday, we'll have more Boktai, playing some GBA on the GameCube player with our UV flashlight acting as our sun to trigger the solar sensor. I am going to solder in a new battery into the cartridge this weekend so that we can do real-time clock stuff. I'll probably fire up the game after I solder it in to make sure that it's working, and I'll probably plant some stuff as a test, and then maybe we'll be able to freshly harvest it on Tuesday. And I'm going to replace the batteries in my other couple of GBA carts that have them, because the minimum to buy was like 10. Shout out to Console 5. Console 5 is a great website for all kinds of accessories. That's where I buy my batteries, because they use like high quality name brand ones. You don't want to buy no name brand batteries when you do this kind of stuff with your game cartridges, because if they leak or swell or burst or anything like that, like, you're gonna have a horrible project on your hands. So they're so cheap anyways, so just shell out the money for the Panasonic batteries. They're gonna have a manufacture date on them, which is great, because that means you know when the battery was made. The random no-name batteries aren't gonna have that. This is this is 10 of those CR16 batteries, and we're talking about like $8. It's worth it. They're very, very inexpensive, and especially the more common ones like the CR2032s. You got to get them with solder tabs, unless you're really, really good with a solder gun, which I'm not. So I buy the ones that have the solder tabs on them. And there's flat solder tabs for GBA or GBE cartridges, and then there's the curved 90-degree solder tabs for Super Nintendo and N64 cartridges. Or, if you're feeling really cheeky, you can buy a little holder slot for a coin cell battery, and then you solder that in, and then you can just change the battery with your hand, and you only have to solder one time. But I actually don't recommend those, because those, if you like drop the cartridge, the battery could pop out, and then your save is wiped. So I actually prefer the hard soldered in battery. Also, the batteries last for like 20 years most of the time. The ones that do these real-time clocks, they die a lot faster because the battery's being drained all the time. But if you're talking about a game where the battery is just for the save, it uses so little charge to do that, it's going to last for like 20 years. So I don't know how important it is to be able to quick change the battery when you're only going to be changing it once every 10 to 20 years. You know, it's quite possible that all the batteries I've changed in my Super Nintendo games, the chips will rot before the batteries need to be changed again. We don't really know exactly how long that silicon's going to last. We're figuring that out in real time. Anyways, Let's see, what else can I talk about? There will be an altered schedule later this month. Next week is normal schedule. The week after that, there will only be a Tuesday stream, and there will be no Xenosaga. And then the following week, there will be no Tuesday stream, but I'll be back on Thursday and Friday, but not with Xenosaga, for my birthday doubleheader stream. There's going to be special incentives for September and for my birthday. I don't know what I'm going to be playing yet, but it's going to be normal time, normal schedule, but not your normally scheduled programming. We won't be playing Xenosaga that week. So normal schedule next week, more Boktai and Xenosaga next week, but after that you won't see Xenosaga until like end of September, early October. So there'll be a little bit of a break there. If you want to get a clear update on the schedule and what I'm going to be doing, that's going to be announced in Discord. I do an announcement every Monday about what's coming down the pipeline, so I'll keep y'all abreast of that situation. My 360 stuff is coming, so there will be 360 stuff on the next polls, most likely. Definitely the next Tuesday poll, possibly the next RPG poll. We'll see. We have some tight constraints for the next RPG poll, but you could use your channel points to add some 360 stuff to there if you want. I should have the system by mid next week, and I'll hook it up and do some testing and make sure everything's going to work the way that I think it is. I'll probably add some 360 stuff to the Ko-fi commission list as well. Oh, my link didn't work in chat because I only put 1/. That's so funny. That should still work though. I think that's all I got for you for now. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. I'll be back. But we need to find someone to raid. Let's see where we can go. Let's see who's not playing Silksong. That'll be a fun exercise. Probably not too many people on my following list. Oh, I spoke too soon. There's one, there's two. Okay, yeah, not so bad. Not so bad. An impressively low amount of Silksong, actually. Man, we got some good options today for raid targets. Let's raid AV. Aurora Visage. AV is doing a cool thing that she does every September, I'm pretty sure, called Sega-tember, where she plays a bunch of different Sega games, and a lot of them are very lesser known, hip and obscure, adjust your glasses kind of games. And AV is a very hip, adjust glasses kind of person. She's very cool. She's very knowledgeable. She's very funny. I love her dry sense of humor. So let's go over there and say hi. She's playing a game called Elysia Dragoon. She plays on hardware, like we do around here. But let's go say hello and say what's up, gamer. Let me turn off this music and hit the button. That's all I got for you today. Thanks for hanging out. More Xenosaga tomorrow. Grim Fandango on Sunday. Very excited. I can tell you right now there's going to be a special snack tasting on Sunday. The lady and I are going to taste a snack together. I'm looking at it right now. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You got to be there. Or watch the VOD, I guess. More Boktai on Tuesday with a restored real-time clock. And I got a bunch of stuff to do tonight. It's just busy times around here, folks. There's so much going on. It's like a little bit exciting, a lot overwhelming. But we're having fun. It's all good stuff. Anyways, y'all take care, be good, stay well, and all that. Let's go say hi to AV. Peace.